Let's go boom. let's go boom. go boom. Yes, and today, because it's day 3, so a lot of these teams, well, it's either us getting a feel of them and them getting a feel of themselves, so things might change today. It's called adaptation, ladies and gentlemen. And so far, still, one thing that has been consistent is that teams from the Philippine region have been doing very well.
That's right. And when we look into the charts overall, I think like they definitely did so well through the past 2 days. We'll see if the rest of the regions will be able to catch up as we move into day 3. And also a little bit of update for all of you guys back at home. Each week, these teams are accumulating points to bring to the finals, and each week the points will be resetted. So what they are playing for basically is to get their highest ranking points in the league, and after that, these points will be accumulated at the end of it. With those bonus points, it will be brought forward for a hit start in the grand finals.
Yes, so being number 1 by the end of the week is going to be important for that, and also for the extra moolah as well together. So there's a lot of benefits for placing high in this group by the end of the week. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, before we talk a little bit more on the format, we got to introduce what's going to happen today. That is our 6 matches that will be played.
That's right. And with that, if you guys are joining for the first time, these will be the matches format, which will always begin with 1 round of Sanhok, and then followed by 3 rounds inside of Erangel, and then we end the night with 2 maps of Miramar. Chicken Dinner awards teams with 10 points as we see the numbers slowly decrease from second place onwards, which will reward them 6, 5, 4, 3, all the way up to 1 for 7th and 8th. And teams that actually fall out from 9th to 16th position will not receive any placement points, but they can always fight for elimination points. And we've seen a lot of aggressive teams to play in the early stages to rake in those elimination points, and I believe that this is basically the way that we want to see matches go.
Yeah, and where we want to go, if of course to our teams here. This will be the teams that will be playing the first and second match, A, B, C, and E, as you can see here on screen, ladies and gentlemen. So we've got good powerhouses here. Harame Bros now, they are on a roll, and since in this group, there's no Genesis Esports, Harame Bros and also PBE will be looking to try to overtake their number 1 spot.
Yeah, this is the best opportunity to do so, right? Because there's basically 2 back-to-back games for them to build that momentum without having Genesis Esports around, as well as a few heavy hitters coming from Group D as well. So I think this definitely opens up not only chances for Harame Bro, but also for teams like Playbook Esports and many more. So we're also looking at the middle of the pack, where we see a good race coming in from Austria Esports, Exquisite, as well as the rest of the squads like Yangon Galacticos. And to keep you guys up to speed on what they're basically playing for, this will be a total prize pool of 27,900 for every team to fight for.
Yeah, and again, this is only for the league of prize pool. In the grand finals, there will be a different set of prize pool in which we will announce later. But the champion of the league will take on $4,500. And as what we mentioned previously, the best performing team of the week will receive an extra $150. Not only that, every match matters because per match there will be $100 extra for these teams. Individually, they can also go for the top Terminator of the week. That will bring them $150.
Yeah, in terms of Terminator, I really do wonder who exactly will be on the top of the list, because we see so many top fraggers from the side of Harame Bros. We also see great work coming in from players of Genesis Esports as well. So I believe that these 2 teams will maybe consist of one of the Terminators. So we'll definitely have to see. And a lot of money to be earned from that winner chicken dinner per round. So if they are not really chasing for that number 1 spot, this is something to look forward to.
Yeah, I agree. The ones that have stood out, at least from without looking at individual data, probably like Federalis has kind of stood out as well. West has stood out for Genesis Esports. So yeah, coming from the two teams that you just mentioned earlier on, and I'm sure there will be a nice bonus for them. But what is going to be more important is going to be the team itself. Can they maintain to be on top to grab the maximum starting point in the grand finals later? That will be the question. But the other question is that can other teams, especially on the outside of the top 16, make it onto the grand finals, at least have a good start on this week? So I'm looking at some of the teams that are at the bottom, teams like Flash Vision, teams like APG, God of Death, 7, MFG, FRL. These teams, they are at the bottom, so they really need to work out a plan before the weekends.
Yeah, and this is basically the midweek for the players out there already. So it's really high time that whatever alteration of plans that they have, they really need to set it in stone in order for them to really get a little bit more stability at the very least, heading into all of these matches where, of course, the outcome cannot be foretold in every single match, but what they can always do is prepare for the best. And of course, if you guys have a few extra UCs prepared, you can basically draw the Dragon Emperor set as well as Dragon Empress set, where the first draw only costs you about 10 UCs. This deal is only for a limited time, so make sure you guys get it quick.
Yes, limited until the 9th of March. So do not miss out on this opportunity to upgrade your MK14 as well as your Loot Crate, Elimination Broadcast, and On-Hit Effect. So all here, ladies and gentlemen, not only for the skin that you will wear inside the game, but also all the other extras that come together with it as well. So do it right now. And as what Contra mentioned, first draw is only at 10 UC. Whatever it is, you can put in 10 UC to try it out.
Yeah, and all these good deals are available only here in PUBG Mobile. There's not only the Dragon Emperor and Empress set that's currently on the offer, there's also the brand new guild set that you can check out. It is the Serpent Gleam set that offers you this beautiful AWM. And once again, the first draw is only at 10 UC, so it is definitely a bang for the buck.
Yeah, upgrade your AWM, upgrade your Loot Crate, Elimination Broadcast, and also the On-Hit Effect. So that's the Dragon set, that's the Serpent Gleam set. Both of them comes with this upgrade, and this is available until the 21st of March. So again, it's for a limited amount of time available inside the game. You guys can log in right now to check it out. As usual, the first draw will be only at 10 UC.
That's right, and we definitely want you guys to get quick before it runs out. You guys do have a little bit of time at the very least, because like Sir Carl said, this is up till the 21st of March. So make sure you guys get your hands on it. All right. So with that being said, I believe that we're pretty much done with some of the promos, but there is even more that we will be announcing later on. So we will be preparing ourselves for Game 1. Sanhok, so far, we've seen some really, really interesting rounds as now we approach the third Sanhok map, and we've been having different winners overall. Yesterday, the circle did end over onto the side of Alpha Island, which makes things a little bit more difficult. That was claimed by GE, so today we will see something of a different sort.
Yeah, so let's see, because the GE isn't playing in this Sanhok. So I think teams will be like, okay, let's take a breather out of the top team for now, and let's see what we can do without them inside of this round. So far, we have played 2 Sanhoks, and the first Sanhok was by 214 Akira. They caught that chicken dinner, and the second Sanhok was by GE. That was just yesterday, so they are not playing here today. And speaking about 214 Akira, this team, after getting their first chicken dinner, it's been a very bumpy ride for them.
Yeah, and I'm not so certain whether if it's really a very bad day back in day 2 or something is a little bit off. I'm not too sure what's really going on behind the scenes, but we do know for a fact that these players that are in the team are very well capable of scoring very big results, but they really got to assess the situation again, because many a times they were taken out very early on certain team fights, or of course rotation is also something that a lot of teams are trying to figure out on how to exactly handle certain situations. But for Akira, they gotta go back to what they're known for, their firepower, their strengths in numbers when it comes down to some of these battles. So if they were to actually commit to that, they need to be together all four.
Yeah, so hopefully we get to see the best of them this time, because it's been a while since we see them last quite long in the game. There were a lot of number 16, 15 at most in recent games. It was like number 12 in game, and out of that, just to put out the record, right? They only got 3 points yesterday out of
Yeah.
6 games. So yeah, that's not a number that any team would have liked. I believe 3 points would have been the lowest number of them all as well. So hopefully they'll be able to readapt again to today. And yeah, without some of the heavy hitters inside of game 1 and game 2, this should give them that opportunity to rise up back up to the occasion.
Yeah, and I believe very well that there is definitely a fire burning inside them to do so much better. Like you said, 6 points is never ever gonna cut it. So you want to ensure that each respective day is on an average of a double-digit run, and the healthy run would be maybe around at least 5 to 6 points per map, so that you could at least keep up with the tempo of all the respective teams out there. So of course that's wishful thinking, right? Because every other team are just as good, or sometimes performing even better on that particular round. So all you have to do is just to make sure that if you're gonna go down with a fight.
Yes, go with the fighter. And there's still enough games, all right? So we still have today, obviously, tomorrow, Saturday, and also Sunday. So 3 days worth of games for them to play, and everyone else as well. And I'm sure, speaking about fighting, everyone else would love to grab some for themselves. Now, I'm still with the feeling of like I really want to see like a Singaporean team come up with a chicken dinner, because right now they are the only region without the chicken dinner. Every other region has their own representatives with the chicken dinner so far. So looking at you guys, APG and Flash Vision Esports, to pick one home at least today.
Yeah, today seems to be a really prosperous occasion, perhaps, for these teams. So we're about to start off our weekend run here on a Friday evening, or some even say afternoon, depending on your time zone. So with that said, we're going to be moving into our first map of the PMCL Southeast Asia Day 3, which will be in Sanhok. So without further ado, well, I guess we'll allow you to kick things off.
Yeah, so looks like we'll be taking a little bit more time. But if I were to say here, like for the Singaporean teams, I wonder like what will be like the barrier to them, right, for performing at this stage? Because right now, if we look at them, APG is at number 19, Flash Vision is at number 20, so it's 16 and 20. 16 points and 22 points respectively. What do you think do they need to do to actually come back up here?
I am not really certain how you could basically do that within one span of a day or so, but if there's going to be any way that they would need to accumulate that many points within the week, is that they have to first analyze what exactly would be some of the areas around them that is going to be safe to basically move about, and see how the rest of the teams have been playing for each respective group. And once they have that figured out, you can basically avoid a lot of all these battles in the early game, and then focus on making sure that you get across into stage 5 in order to have a solid chance to fight against the rest. So with that said, let's head right over to our first game as we are diving into Sunny Sanhok.
Here we go, Sunny Sanhok it is, as we get onto our game number 1. Well, if I were to look at like yesterday, whatever happened in the Miramar match, I think winning fights is something that they need to do. Okay, we saw some fight won by Flash Vision in the Erangel matches, but in Miramar match, I believe APG they fought against Enigma, and no discredit to Enigma, they're an amazing team. But for APG to have that early advantage against Enigma just to fall through, I think that's something they really need to work on. Like just trying to close up fights.
Yeah, I think like closing off the fights really is something that they need certain improvements on, because sometimes like it tends to look a little bit messy, and sometimes not even reaping all too much than the yield. And certain teams, when they do engage, they do look a little bit hesitant. Now I'm looking at the mini map as everybody is spread out across the map. There is the quarter as well as XQS, which will be very close to one another across the region of Paradise Resort. Same goes to .7 as well as Asia Esports, as we hear some bullets unleashed inside of Cow, I do believe.
Yeah, it is Cal here with two teams, and we might see one team eliminated early. Let's see here. But if they want to take their time, the circle is within them. So it could be a Mexican standoff. But looks like these two teams, they're not going to let that happen. Amura gets the first knock.
Quick work with the Vector as he's still hunting out for the rest. Two members down already for Asia Esports. A very, very rough start for the lads coming in from Cambodia. And, you know, yesterday's run was very, very strong as they managed to overcome their first day losses. But today, it didn't start off on the right momentum, perhaps with this unsuspecting challenge coming in from the side of GOT7, which have been very aggressive in the early game.
Papa J is playing for Flash Vision today, just like how he played earlier yesterday as well. Putting focus on the GOT7 versus Ostia. I mean, Ostia's having a tough campaign so far. And at the start of this game, it's only 2 players left. GOT7 have the numbers advantage. And GOT7, they're not going to let them go. They want to find the last few members of Ostia.
KS hunting one out. Puff finally makes his name in the scene here, heading into day 3. We've not seen him for quite a while, but unfortunately, his debut comes to a close very, very early on. 4 straight points for GOT7, whereas for PBE, they were putting up a fight against FVE and survived the telltale with only one member standing, and that was Gerald. FVE did actually go in for a strong challenge, but not enough to take them down.
Yeah, Sami is their home, so they know the place like the back of their hand. Yesterday, there was no challenge by FVE, but today they chose to challenge Playbook Esports, and unfortunately became an early elimination for them. Moving over to Myth Clan, we got Easy here, just circling around, gathering information. No shots onto him, so I'm not too sure if he knows that the TTQ is around the corner.
I guess that they may not have too much of a vision against TTQ for the moment. I'm going to circle back to what really went down with PBE as well as FVE as well, right? Because the last time FVE were a little bit more widespread over on the Asami region on the south side to extend towards places like Nakam or even Camp Charlie. Now that they basically get consolidated in that area of play, they were met with the rest of Playbook Esports with this battle. I think like at least it builds confidence that they can break them down to only one. But Unknown will be able to receive one as he basically have to take on another with the DPS. Gets the double for MFG.
Okay, here we go. MFG having a good start. But a little bit of a counter there by Need You from afar. Let's see if we can actually secure that elimination point. Looks like it's going to be a bit difficult. XZ now knows where he is. And that is bad news for Need You. He could be pinned down.
And MFG still having Unknown to be revived. The rest of FRL trying to actually find ways to basically push the rest of MFG. They did lose Ranzerao very, very early on. This Pozo is still slowly bleeding out, and I think they will definitely cut their losses so early on. A lot of all these early battles really not doing them all too much justice, as they will start off playing in Sanhok as a duo.
Yeah, not a good news if you have to start this match playing as a duo. There's not much you can do unless, well, there's always this exception, right? Like what we saw yesterday, the exception was for Jesus Esports. They had a bad start, only 2 players, but somehow West managed to survive to a second place finish and also bringing home a couple of elimination points in the process. And although that can happen, but it's never the situation that you want to put yourself in.
That's right, and I guess like certain squads, they are still very confident on their capabilities individually as well. As for many, I think like this will definitely put them into a more passive state of play. As for the rest that are with full squads, they are definitely seeking out for opportunities. Some long range extension of a fight between some members of Harame Bro potentially, alongside with those on the hill, which will be Yangon Galacticos, where usually what we see from YG is that they like to take the central control by basically getting those elevated area play. This is something that is typically done by the Burmese side of the squad.
Yeah, elevation is always a good advantage to whichever team that can secure it. Dread Esports has the same idea. They came out of boot camp. They immediately went down south where the high ground is kind of nice to block teams coming from Painan towards the main peninsula. So if they can stay here, they can not only gather information, and also if there is an opportunity to take shots, they can do that as well in case any team were to hike up to their high ground.
Yeah, and basically just garnering so much zone control, right? You're stopping a lot of all these teams from moving towards your direction in the early game, and that is definitely crucial for them to really form that type of resistance in the case where the zone comes to your area of play, and even if it doesn't, you can always reposition because you've already gathered enough intelligence of what's around the area. Trades coming in as Gus is being shot at for now. Gus, solid player coming in from the squad of TTQ, hoping to secure that hillside of boot camp, whereas from the side of the quarter, they're going to be overlooking on the opposite end, barely leaving the side of Paradise Resort, and that region of play is still pretty much viable as the circle moves towards the northern end.
Yeah, speaking about the circle, it's a very interesting circle. I wonder what are the possibilities that the circle will go to the Camp Alpha Island area. If it does, it's going to be bad news for all these teams.
Yeah, I would say that there is a small percentage at the very least, but very likely than not. I'm thinking about the area where God7's planted at, all the way up towards the north, which is very typical when it comes down to these type of early stages. But I mean, I can be wrong. We're not the ones to decide, right? So, God7, solid start, but this area that they're holding out towards doesn't really offer them too much of resources, but what they are here for is a different form of resource to cut off all the other teams from moving into this northern sector. So long as they defend this very well, things should be looking very good for God7.
Yeah, God7, who had a good start with 4 elimination points, taking out Austria Esports. They are one of those teams that really need to bring in the points to have a good end to the week and hopefully be able to qualify onto the grand finals.
Yeah. Meanwhile, for the rest of the squad of God7, their current place at 18th in the standings with a total of 29 points, which they could basically be tying the knots here, especially with the points that they managed to acquire in order to move into the top 15, because currently sitting at 16th place is the members of FRL. So that's not really too many points because they are only sitting at 33. Let's see how much more can they work on. As Red looking for that opportunity against the rest of Anchor PUBG. Not managed to take any of the Singaporeans down, as Ryman takes a slow approach after winning that battle against FVE.
Yeah, and Playbook Esports still spending time in the blue. But they should be fine. They got bandages. They got a couple of first aids. And I don't see them to be challenged for now. They are moving towards ruins, finding a way into the circle, really taking the time though. So I guess that's the natural strategy. Like if the circle is like on the northern side and you drop into Sahami, which is the south side of the map, and naturally you would spend a little bit more time in the blue, but that's okay. It's still stage 1, stage 2 is fine.
Yeah, and also props to production as well. Like the names that are highlighted with a tinge of glowing white, that is the indicator that these teams are actually outside of the play zone. And oh boy, you were hoping that it goes into the Alpha Island. I think there might just be another 5% chance, and that's where Esports is planted at. Now this is gonna get so awkward for so many teams.
Okay, give it 2 stages, right? 2 stages, I think we'll truly find out where the circle will go. It's fun for us, but it's never fun for these teams because they will need to keep guessing, like where will the circle go exactly towards the end. The river is definitely not a fun place, so yeah, they're hoping that it goes 100% to a particular land so they can really decide what to do next.
And this is particularly tricky for all the teams because there's very little playable area for them to work around with. As it's surrounded by the river of water, and there is just no way that you will be surviving all too long if you're going to be in the water overall. But you got to do what you need to do to survive. A lot of all these teams that are on that mainland over onto that eastern side, they're going to have to take those battle. And I hope that they have enough stocks ready because this is going to be very, very painful if they were to be outside of the play zone. As you can already see, 1 second running into the area of play. And here we go. Rami Bro arrived at the scene. The top. We're going to take this on. One shot of DPS, not really connecting. And will be returned fire coming in from MFG.
Ooh, the moment he showed himself, immediately got knocked down. Now we have a lot of fights happening in the circle and maybe on the outside as well. Chris eliminated by range from Harame Bros. MFG still on the outside. Yakai's on his knees. They need to save him. Revive is kicking in at this moment while Harame Bros, they are busy with TQ.
As the fights commence, the rest of Harame Bros are really caught out as well. A little bit of damage done across. There is going to be good rotation coming from the side of the quarter. Unknown still hoping to catch all these teams off. There's still a couple more coming in from behind, but they have to make a move as well. 45 seconds, and I'm believing that all the teams that are on board are scratching their heads. How do you even get to this region that's just clumped up with so little space for these players to play?
Well, that's what happens when you have this kind of circle, but look at this as MFG tries to get in. They got shot from left, right, and center. Unknown. 50% of health left. His helmet and armor is totally shredded. Immediately knocked down the moment it went in. Yahiko shot from behind. That is the end of MFG.
Oh boy, they did definitely do a lot of work to try to dish out certain form of damage, but the moment that they arrive to the scene, they instantly get punished as the other ones that were already in the circle have already consolidated their area of play, and it's gonna be a few that will find themselves a first point for the side of Harame Bros. Well, actually second. But it's actually Fuse's debut here in Day 3.
Oh, Easy K taken out by the zone. Looks like Clan in trouble. Sure. Taken out with that one here. Sprays, gets one, but gets countered by the other side. Clan eliminated by Dread.
Dread just really pushing them throughout, and this is where the rest of Dread Esports will have to also swiftly move into the area of play. 15 seconds on the clock, and Gus, he's trying to find a little bit more of that spacing, but there's so little room. It's either to take on the full squad of Dread Esports or move the other way around, which they will definitely be delighted to do. A lot of open field that they will have to ensure safety for themselves as they try to clip the rest of Dread. Going out, moving over onto the open ground, and instantly gets clipped off by Liquid.
Nice long range there by Liquid. Trying to get another one out of Dread. Dread taking the rotation. Trying to get away as far as possible. taking the objective of getting into the circle. Federala's knocked down by Amura. Now the blue will put pressure on the TTK. Oh, trust me onto the high ground. 1v4. DBS gameplay. Can he actually pull off an insane clutch here? He's going outside the circle. He's pressured by the time as well. Trust me, gets one. Gets two. Trust me, fighting back. Can he get one more out of Michi?
He's gonna troll all these defenses. He does get 3. Now he's gonna look for a target, but from the back, he is absolutely exposed to 2-1 Akira with H2R knocking him down, as the Filipino squad have been able to give a little bit more breathing space to the side of PBE. PBE now only having Monboy to play for. He's in quite a pickle right now. Not much of all these 8s for him to use. Only 1 pack of the first 8. And he's got to make a run for it. He can't really tank too long.
Yeah, but the moment he shows himself, his opponents will be waiting for him on the other side. Okay, that's his only options. Creating a smoke bridge right now, using his last first 8, like what you mentioned. This will be a make or break it for Monboy.
Yeah, for PBE, they did manage to accrue a total of 7 points, but this is where it is a daunting task for them to pull through. Trying to see if he can find first 8. Yes, he does. Immediately has to heal. Does he have enough time? 3 seconds should be all right for now.
Wow, lucky him to find 2 first 8s in that pack. And on the top from the other side, knocking down 2 from Yangon Galacticos with just 1 spray.
Perfect spray down coming in from the top, as it will bring the majority of the Yangon Galacticos members out of the lobby. Only 2 more left for YG as they secure 11 pointers, but unfortunately it was the last stand for the quarter. They walk away with those 3 points in a 7th position. So at least a little bit of ranking points to close off the round, whereas XQS, Exquisite, are holding down the line against GOT7 as they take control of the top end of the hill. And this circle is slowly moving towards the bridge area, and YG now getting shot by the rest of 2-1 Akira. Wako spotting one out, leaving only 1 member of YG left.
Wako, hey, that's how he celebrated his knockdown from that rooftop. 2-1 for Akira. We're still need to defend the ground as there are 2 other teams close by.
As much as it's close quarters, everyone is just trying to recuperate from all these fights that have been happening. Meanwhile, there's no time to do so. GOT7 pins it towards the edge. Ngapekel, the only member standing, hanging by the blue zone, as Exquisite will zone him off completely. There's no way that he will be able to survive, as the blue zone is way too painful for him to tank for the upcoming area. 30 seconds on the clock for the rest of the team to move right in. Esports really finding another blow as they take down Super Pickles.
Oh, there you go. Now we have 5 teams left. And we're at stage 5. This is what happens when the circle is unkind like this. But look at this. Thizi, Holy Lanju, just beside each other. They know their presence, but unfortunately, when you're swimming, you can't pull out your weapon.
They say that birds of a feather flock together, but players in the water, I gotta come up with something like different. So I'm not sure how they're gonna be able to survive, but they're hoping to just try to pull through to a top 3 finish. I think that Naughty Boy does notice that there are some players inside the water, but will give them a little bit of space as well as time. Spots out H2R as the rest of the member of Esports slowly getting chunked down from the lower corners of the bridge. And there's no way of saving Sizak, so Naughty Boy will just try to remain alive for now. Just look at the good spacing for 2-1 for Akira as well as Exquisite. They basically have everything to play for in this matchup. And this map, in particular for 2-1 for Akira, is really giving them the high hopes of bouncing back up strong.
Oh, I really love H2R's position. His position, he can lock out his opponent at the bridge. And circle time, it didn't move. But 2-1 for Akira is still within it. Man, nice advantage with that high ground, with the compound. But for Exquisite, they're on the other side. They do have the manpower advantage.
And for the side of Esports, it's still going to be relatively difficult because over on the bridge, there's barely any form of cover. They will have to rely on smokes if it does shrink even further down. Meanwhile, Dread Esports, so long as they hug tightly towards the corners of the waters, they should be all right for now, as it will not be within sight of Esports. 2-1 for Akira as well as Exquisite, quite a distance from one another as they will not commit just about yet. Smoke's now being popped, but Esports, they're just basically gonna book it directly in the center.
Well, here we go. 2-1 for Akira. Needs to get into the circle. The circle went to no man's land. But Esports has a little bit of an advantage here with Master Vape within the circle. He will be the marker for his other teammates to come follow up. Nathan tries up 2-1 for Akira for coming in. Nice long range shot to knock down Wako.
Very, very clean shots, but 4-4 is the one that gets shot from behind as he tries to make a run for it. Master Vape doing such a great work to stop the rest of Exquisite, and he gets the full vision against the rest of Exquisite. Only one member left. And can he actually make it out alive? Yue survives.
Oh, nice dance there to still survive. But right now, unfortunately, 2-1 for Akira eliminated 3 elimination points. We're down to our top 3 teams here. Who will score this chicken dinner? The circle went towards the bridge. Exquisite, with Yue being the last member, will still need to move.
Oh, wow. This is something that I do not expect at all. And things definitely have turned in a second, especially for the members of 2-1 for Akira. The rest of the squads that were alive, they basically get that full vision upon them, and they just get taken out because it was an open space for the rest of Esports as well as Exquisite to go in for the exchange. Red, however, they're playing from the bottom while Yue tried to push forward. He does find that spacing right behind the rock, but he will go in for the trades. Let's see, can he actually do a little bit more? Snotty Boy, he's just going to be watching from the right.
Okay, Yue managed to slide into the circle somehow. But he has not much space to work with. That one nade shredded his health. One more nade onto him could take him out. 2 teams looking at you at this moment. Yue has no way to go.
Yeah, he's pretty much stuck. He can't really go under the bridge as well with a couple of players from Dread Esports. Master Vape is just slowly punishing him. And with the final Molotov, it will be Naughty Boy to close it out. 13 elimination points from Esports just flying through the bridge.
Oh, we got Dread here, trying to stop them from getting this chicken dinner. Let's see which team will get it at the end of the day. It's a 2v2 situation. Naughty Boy on the other side with an off angle, trying to find the members of Dread, but he does not have a good one. Dread still staying put underneath the bridge.
Dread Esports, they had a very difficult process of getting into the circle, and now we find them in the final bout. Now this is going to get very awkward if they remain to be at the top as well as the bottom, because it will shrink all the way directly to the middle. Damage now being done with a couple of all these defilades being thrown out. Smokes also being popped eventually if they still have any. Ejidna is trying to seek out whether if Esports take the leap of faith, but they will basically play from 2 different sides and see who survives the longest.
Oh, it's so hard to tell, right? Who's going to get it at the end of the day. At stage 9, even the first aid will not be able to help you. It's not like the Sanhok or back where you can heal. But right now the push is happening. Holy Legend went down.
Now it's really down to Ejidna. Can he actually make it in time? And they will send one member down. Master Vape getting punished as well. Who's going to take it? Is it Naughty Boy or Ejidna? It's really down to how well they can basically get their health at 100%. Now it's all about tanking the zone. They time it all. But who's going to go down first? And
Who got it?
My word!
Oh!
Esports! They were just 1 inch away from faltering, but they claim it at the very till end of it. What an ending in Sanhok.
It has been a long, long time since I last saw the finish of a round is actually by the zone. So, man, this is like really like the throwback of like the healing game back in the day, in which you obviously from what you saw, there's no way you can heal out the zone. So, yeah, I mean, it's a nice throwback, but what an exciting game this was.
Yeah, I really didn't expect it to go out like that, especially with the zone closing into the bridge, where of all places it goes right there, and then it created this double decker, right? So if they were to basically push one another, there is that risk involved. We saw what Holy Landry did. He pushed upwards, gets punished. Master Vape jumps downwards, he also gets punished. So it's really down to who clicks onto that kill button first.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like even like towards the end as well. When you saw like Esports, they wanted to jump down and they wanted to try to finish it, but by the time they landed down onto the ground floor, the zone was just too painful and they got eliminated. Like there was no chance for them to even pull the trigger.
Yeah, and it's all about that preparation as well in that instance of a fight for survival, because whoever gets those booster up do have a little bit more of a advantage as well. But when we look at both sides, the reason why that perhaps they managed to actually get it there is really down to the timing that he clicks, as well as the boosters that will be able to assist them just in the nick of time.
Gold Smith is our MVP this round. Wow, 7 eliminations just by him. 915 damage, 7. Is definitely up there in terms of the most eliminations collected by a single individual.
Yeah, and Smith has done so well from the early game all the way till the tail end of it. Although it was taken out, I do believe, somewhere in the middle of these fights across those regions. But this map itself, probably one of the most difficult to play out inside of Sanhok, and Esports, they definitely claim a big win here. And that basically denies any teams that are hoping to basically surpass them, now also creating an opportunity for themselves to move into the top 5.
Yep, so 14 eliminations collected by Esports. Not the highest. We have obviously seen higher before. So just for the benefit of everyone, the highest so far collected is 16 by Genesis Esports. But still, Chikadeta, 14 eliminations. That's going to be 24 points in round number 1. This is an amazing start for Esports, who also just collected their first Chikadeta in this tournament.
That's right, and hopefully plenty more to come. In terms of the damage output, I think this is one of the most aggressive that we've seen coming out of Esports. That's also because there's plenty of opportunities where they have that bird's eye vision from the bridge to basically catch everybody out. So when we look into the overall stats, I'm fairly surprised that, despite the circle being so treacherous, still a lot of players have been able to really take on plenty of those fights without having too many of them bowing out of the play zone, because I would suspect that more than 10 players will be out from the play zone. So this is a really good stat for me.
Yeah, I thought so as well. I thought there were a lot of players that went out by the zone, but maybe before they went out, maybe they were knocked by the zone, but they were finished up by another opponent. So yeah, it still counted as an elimination in that kind of sense, right? Even though they got knocked by the zone at the end of the day. But this round, this circle, it's a really exciting one in Sanhok. I can see this one of the rare circles in Sanhok. We don't really get to see a bridge finish that often. And this is one of the rare ones that we can put in the record.
Yeah, definitely an entertaining round that has seen Esports taking the top spot with 24 points, and Yangon Galacticos managed to farm those numbers at the same time before they were completely isolated in the water. So that's 14 points for YG. Meanwhile, Red Esports coming on third with 11 points. 8 for Exquisite. The same goes to PBE. Although PBE have only gotten 1 ranking points as they bow out early. 2-1 for Akira with 7, alongside we got 7 as well. And TQ walks away with 4 points.
Yeah, but for TTQ, Harame Bros, Myth Clan, MFG, all of them with 2 points each. But unfortunately for APG, FRL, Austria Esports, and Flash Future Esports, no points in this round. Now, tabulating the scores of the overall points, Justice Esports did not play this round, but I don't think they will be overtaken just yet. And there is still a 16-point gap between Justice Esports and the Harame Bros.
We'll focus on to the teams that have played 11 rounds so far. How much have they been able to leapfrog their way in this battle? YG, after securing plenty of points here, they tie the knot with Enigma, and XQS now pushes into the 7th position as we see Dread Esports first time in the first pager.
Yes, so I'm still looking forward to see APG and also Flash Vision Esports netting that chicken dinner. They need to get out of the bottom there, representing the Singaporean region, and of course, bringing the poster back to the Singaporean region as well. Other than that, of course, we got FRL, MFG, also out of the top 16. Their goal by the end of the week is at least to break through to page number 1 if they want to stand a chance to get into the grand finals.
Yeah, and first, it's also important for them to accumulate maximum points in order to close off this weekend, because only these points by the end of the run will basically accrue them a point bonus to carry forward into the grand finals should they make it into that stage.
Yes, 3 more days to go. So still opportunity. It's not done till it's done. It's not done till all the games are over. So, yep, opportunity for them to fight to get the points in. And after this, ladies and gentlemen, we will be playing again inside of Erangel, the most played map of them all within this tournament, and still with the same grouping. In case you're wondering, where's your favorite group or where's your favorite team? Well, they will be back in game number 3 today. So do not go anywhere. Stay tuned for round number 2 inside of Erangel. So we'll be taking a short break. See you guys in a bit.
let's go boom.
Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. This is Contra and Sir Cloud bringing you all the action as we've just concluded an epic round in Sanhok. Now we're prepared for the bigger fields as we dive into Erangel for our second map with the same groupings.
Yeah, there was a crazy ending there in the Sanhok match that Esports opened up their first chicken dinner in this tournament. So it took them a while. But if you kind of think about it, they have been fairly consistent. We always see them like in the top 2, top 3, top 5. They're doing not too bad really overall.
Yeah, and I think like especially from yesterday's run, they did so well inside of Erangel as well in some of the maps and that they've been able to play out. And even in Miramar, I've been also keeping my eyes on them that they have done pretty decently. So hopefully this is going to give them even more confidence to challenge some of the big teams out there. I mean, a lot of big teams across the PMCL, but the ones at the top of the table still remains to be Genesis Esports, as they will not be participating in this group matchup. So it's still going to be A, B, C, as well as E, as we have already seen a huge resurgence of a momentum coming in from 214 Akira. Still needs a little bit more, as we still see consistency not only displayed by Esports, but also Exquisite Esports.
Yeah, I hope that 214 Akira is not only a Sanhok specialist. They've been doing well in Sanhok. Got the first chicken dinner in day number 1. But Sanhok is only played once, so you don't want to bank in onto that map throughout for success. Other than that, Playbook Esports, they actually did fairly well. We saw them getting 7 elimination points with 1 placement point. So still a fairly consistent performance by Playbook Esports.
Yeah, I just love what we are seeing coming from the squad, right? Because they've been able to really rake up substantial points per round. But now coming up into Erangel, I guess like this is where they will implement some of the formulas that they have sampled up coming in from the past 2 days, which is good enough of an amount to say the very least, as we will see what will be offered this time around. And speaking of offerings, you guys want some really cool as well as cute stuff? Well, we got something for you, because you can buddy up with Sally with the brand new collaboration between PUBG Mobile as well as Line Friends.
Yes, this is a limited time collaboration, ladies and gentlemen. It is only until the 3rd of March. Now we're at the 1st of March. Technically, it's about 2 more days to go, whether you want to include today or not. But what is important is that for you guys to experience the line buddies inside the game, there will be a prize path here in which you can do missions, you can do quests to gather special line friends as a reward. So don't miss out this opportunity. It is inside the game right now. Again, it is until the 3rd of March only. After that, you never know, you might see them again.
Yeah, and of course, you definitely want the line friends to accompany you throughout the battles, so you can basically get some of all these good deals as well as buddies alongside with you. So now back to what we are here for, is we're going to start off our 6 p.m. run really soon. So when we look into this particular group order, when they were put together, I think this is basically the group of opportunities, right? Because this will remove not only just this esports from the equation, but also you give a lot of chances for the ones that are currently sitting at 3rd all the way up to 7th to really take in some serious points.
Yep, and I also want to point out that we always talked about like Group C has not gotten a chicken dinner yet, so Esports is from Group C, so they've got their chicken dinner too. And if you kind of think about it, like towards the end, it was between Dread Esports and Esports. So both of them came from Group C. So finally, every single group has gotten a chicken dinner.
Yeah, now everybody's a champion group, I would say, if you put it that way. And in that situation, regardless, right? Like Group C is about to take the win by the tail end of it. So that's a really fun fact, because we were so fixated on, just the circumstance of the craziest circle we've seen so far in the PMCL. I wonder, can Erangel be even more wonky as compared to what we just saw? Because that is a map of a lifetime that I don't think players will play in 1,000 games.
Yeah, it's always the first map that you play inside the game, right? And it's that map that every team knows like the back of their hand. But if every team knows it like the back of their hand, then it gets a little bit more challenging. Well, yeah, I guess you put it that way, then yeah, sure. So speaking about challenging, right? I do expect to see some early fights again happening in this map. But because of the flight path and also the change of groupings, it really depends on where we might see those early fights. But if we were to take some common spots that potentially could be it, places like Milta have been quite interesting. A lot of heavy fight happening there yesterday. So I guess that could be a spot that we might want to keep an eye on.
Yeah, it's really great that you actually point that out. Although like a lot of fights happen around that Milta section, it never really happens inside of the direct city of Milta. It's always around that bridge where they were contesting for, rotation into the Sonosca military base island. But maybe they don't even have to do so as we move into this map. If it does go into the central area of play, then perhaps these fights around the bridge will be long gone. But I say that now. We've already concluded the final battle at the bridge from the side of Sanhok. What if that circle goes to another bridge this time? I mean, I can only hope so.
Yeah, if it goes that way, then well, I'll be a happy man. I'm a fan of a main to the base circle. We don't always get it, but if we do get it, it's always really, really fun. Circle wise or flight path wise, I must say it's slightly towards the southern side, but you can still reach to a lot of these places. Even Justaya is kind of reachable as well, just by the edge of it. So I would say that a lot of these teams might drop onto their regular draw spot. Teams inside of mid to the base, we've got two so far, TTQ and Austria, that needs to do a lot of work to come back.
Yeah, definitely a lot of hard work required. Is they have always started off inside of the military base island, and we think that there is certain ways that you can basically navigate in or out of it, right? And this of all the teams that have been able to basically use the advantage of the circle, GE does this the best as they take control of a good space. Without the presence of GE, TTQ takes over Novorapnoi, and that also gives them a direct access into the first area of play around the mentioned prison and shelter section. Whereas, look at the flock of crowd that is over on the far west. Everybody's got to do a little bit of traveling at the very least.
Early fights, I heard some gunshots earlier on, but looks like no big ones. But like what you say, right? Maybe it's more of like the vehicle tussle, and then they focus on to getting into wherever they want to go. But looking at over at the map, I saw a blip around the area of, I would say, the Watertown area. So we already got our first blood. Just waiting for a confirmation to see who exactly it is.
Wow, very early with all these contests. Myth Clan, this is a team I'm actually excited about because they did very well, even with lesser game time compared to the rest. Was they missed out on 2 matches, they have been able to appear on the first pager. Now with all the other teams catching up, they need to also push back. So with that said, we're gonna see whether or not can Austria once again bounce back, because that last round in Sanhok, maybe certain players wish that they were never involved in the game to begin with because it's so difficult. But I guess this time is the real redemption chance for them to really deal something serious. Meanwhile, TTQ is still trying to find a certain rhythm. They've been changing a lot of different spots as well as places to go. And I think like they have definitely done their homework onto how to at least navigate that early game. We did see them sometimes fighting in the middle of the pack, but not really getting past too much into the top 4.
Yeah, I also want to point out that since you mentioned about Austria, with the substitution that they have made, so Dewey is not playing today, at least for this round and the previous round. Same goes for Red Bull. So they're sticking to a full Cambodian lineup this time. So I wonder if with this sort of a full Cambodian lineup, in terms of communication, would it be a better outcome for them? We obviously didn't see that inside of Sanhok, but at least this time they have a good clear start by dropping inside mid to the base, no one else challenging them. So if that was the thought process that they have, to have a full Cambodian lineup, to have better communications, this is the round for them to do it.
Yeah, I do think that it is important, but at the same time, they have plenty of time to also prepare on the off season to get things going for them. I mean, credit to where credit is due. All the members are phenomenal. They are great players individually. As a team, we've also seen Austria try very, very well in the past couple of seasons. This season surely has a couple of hiccups, but in terms of maybe trying to improve in the sense of communication to where it's at a comfort level, I think this is gonna be all right for them. But what we want to see is more on the execution.
Yeah, and the fans will want to see that as well. I mean, Austria Esports, they are a very popular team in the Cambodian region, so I'm sure the fans will be expecting them to put up a good performance as well. And plus, they are a partner team. So, well, naturally, if you're a partner team, then there'll be a bit more expectation to perform.
High expectations, actually. Very, very high expectations set upon these teams. Anyways, expectations aside, whether if they're partner or not, I think like it's really about who's hungrier to actually win. There are so many great teams out there, and even if you are a partner team, sometimes you can find yourselves at the bottom of the barrel because all the other teams have done maybe double the prep work in order to get to where they need to be.
Yeah, let's see if finally day 3 will be that day. Same goes for Flash Vision, representing the Singaporean region. So they have not gotten a ticket data yet. Same goes for APG. So none of the Singaporean region teams have got it yet. I don't know what's the level of expectation from the Singaporean region for these two teams, but for me personally, I would love to see every region getting something out of this tournament.
Yeah, that's what we love to see as well. I think there are a couple of all these seasons that they did manage to at least close off a round or two throughout the long span of it. But you gotta eventually get that rhythm early in order to get more out of these circumstances. So we'll see whether if they are gonna be finding their chicken dinner finally heading into these couple of weeks of the PMCL.
Yeah, and they're still sticking to Papa J in their lineup. Papa J played yesterday as well in the Erangel matches, so maybe it's determined by the map that they're playing. If it's like Erangel, then maybe they'll put in Papa J. If it's not, then they'll put in some other players. So we'll keep an eye on that as we go through the day as well. We got two more Erangel rounds and of course 2 more Miramar rounds as well, just to see if that is the case for Flash Vision.
Yeah, and we'll definitely see if these adjustments actually bear fruit for the squad as well. Flash Vision did take very early fights inside of Sanhok, which almost wiped out PB entirely. And honestly, if they did manage to wipe them out, the whole southern region is theirs to conquer. Can you imagine that? So I do really like that, there is a lot of preemptive effort being displayed by the Singaporean side. And now, just having a little bit of a slight skirmish as PBE wants to take on another early battle against MFG as they try to cut them from moving inbound.
Yeah, spending time in the blue, it seems, for MFG. And if they're doing this, always keeping an eye on their utility. So 3 first aids, fairly okay. But they're locked out together with Playbook Esports. Now, the last time we saw Playbook Esports playing in the blue, like this, they lost the fight. That was in the Miramar fight yesterday. And this time the challenge is against MFG. MFG not letting them go as Yahiko will lead the charge.
Yahiko now trying to drop a nade, but PBE will be able to quickly move aside with those vehicles that they have intact as they continue to be on wheels, because this fight will be no more. Michi so far have been having an incredible performance throughout the span of these couple of days. Like, he's not always the flashiest of players, but he is basically the all-rounder when it comes down to how he basically gives the offerings back to the side of PvE in terms of damage as well as coverage as well.
Yeah, and it's always nice to have that level of versatility, right? Because PUBG Mobile is such a unpredictable game due to the circles and depending on the tournament, the change of the groupings. So we need to always be ready to come up with multiple skill sets to be able to perform in any particular round. And if we look at like a young Galacticos, they have been a team that is doing fairly well. I must say they're an okay team, but because they are bringing a big name like Young Galacticos, I hope that this sort of a big brand name will not be a burden or a pressure to the players.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be the same situation as teams like Austria Esports as well, because these are renowned teams that have been there since the get-go, especially for Yangon Galacticos. Even back in the early PMCO days, this squad has seen a lot of successes, even making it into the SEA finals to fight up against the rest of Southeast Asia. And this time, of course, they did have slight roster changes, which they are taking time to adjust to. But more often than not, they'll be able to eventually get back to the winning ways if you give them just about enough time. This last round was still a very big round for Yangon Galacticos. As we continue on with this fight, great grenades dropped in by the side of Shroud. So you can connect towards the side of Mr. K. Oh, right through the smoke, Easy K finds one.
Papa J went down. Now that one is going to come in from the other side. Going to provide extra firepower to Myth Clan. Flash Vision. 2 active players now. We got Zero together with Eras. Going to come up with a big one here against them. Easy K gets knocked down. Shroud tosses the nail onto the second floor, but nobody is there. Joseph on his knees as well. Flash Vision, they're fighting back. Can they actually win this? Eras knocked down. One more to go.
Devon now pushing into the compound. As Shroud is still dealing with the pressure of the DBS. And now it's down to a 1 versus 1. Oh, let's see what Zero Skur has to offer. Not sure if there's going to be any pickups, but there is going to be another squad from the outskirts. It's not going to be all too easy for them to handle this. The Singaporean squads are basically inbound for these early skirmishes. But Dread Esports, they say, hey, we're just passing by, guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
Papa J can still be picked up. Zero goes to the next door. And they know where Zero is right now. Davan cooking up the snake. He'll likely toss onto the second floor, but Zero is not there. Popping up that smoke, hoping to save Papa J, but the nade from Davan! Just when I thought it will not arrive onto Zero, it did. Beautifully scored by Davan.
What a nade prediction, as he will expect him to be somewhere close to the stairs, but he dropped it directly into the middle. A perfect blow to really put them all to sleep. So that, once again, very, very good fight coming in from FBE. But you cannot basically expect what's coming with the nades. But here comes versus Esports taking on another battle. This is going to be a little challenging, as it seems, for the rest that are in the smoke to get out of. As we see the rest of FRL trying to cut across. They have one member being knocked out, and I believe that they will eventually get a little bit more of a resuscitation going on. But MFG, you know, they have been able to really hold firm to this ground, and we'll be able to basically flush them out.
Well, it's time to get out of there since they don't have the circle shift down south where Milta is at, and we got a good amount of teams already in the Milta city. We still have a good amount of teams on the outside as well, including Davan from Myth Clan with PBE passing by. And now with that information, they know if they make that move right now, they might bump into PBE in front of them.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about the Milta fights. This time we get it directly into the city. And there is still a little bit of water coverage, so that means that they will have to make do with what they can. Either you're playing by the outskirts of Milta or directly into the city. But you see how many battles are basically happening here over the top side of the hill. Ranzer was not ready to take on Red Esports. Jipna closed it out with one beautiful shot.
Fearless move by Ranzer, but Jipna was the one to pull the trigger first. Taking it down, eliminating Fearless Esports out at number 15 without a single point this time around. Now, a lot of teams starting to get into the circle. We can see it is really crowded up north by the edge of it.
It definitely looks to be pretty much a tough rotation for those that are coming in from that sector. 214 Akira, they will basically take over the Lumber Hills at the meantime. But look at this. This is a lot of flat grounds to work with and very little compounds inside the city that's actually free real estate. So I don't really fancy the chances of those coming in a little late, but they just got to find their way out.
Okay, speaking of finding way out, now TTQ will not let go of a Myth Clan. Going up to the second floor, Myth Clan needs to find a way out, but they need to win this fight before they can do so. 4 players from TTQ still active. Looking for them. Joseph pretty low at this moment. Taking his time to heal up. And he'll be able to do so. Now it's defending time. Shots fired by Joseph. Goes up to the second floor, shows himself. Joseph went down to the DBS.
Quick work from the side of TTQ. Edward making sure that this place is going to be compromised where the rest of the quarter, they are basically figuring things out as they are still learning by the very edge of the map. So Red Esports doing exactly the same, just arriving to the scene, trying to heal up. The rest of Exquisite can take a golden opportunity to strike them down if they do set their sight upon them.
Oh, rank it from 214 Akira. It's on the outside, alone. His teammates nowhere to be found. Probably have moved in. Chip 9, only Landu. Oh my goodness. Smoked up vehicle. Gotta make it quick. Matches the fight for now, but behind the follow-up from Yue, knocking Chip 9 down.
What a shot that was. Holy Lanju, he's looking the other side. Super Pickles quickly takes him down. But there's also shots coming in from another angle as they are currently dealing with 214 Akira. Yue just close enough to go in for the swift resuscitation. But 4th row now piling a little bit more pressure towards the side of Rankin. He's going to be piling in a couple of all these grenades. Yue is the next one to fall out. Pickles is still going to be taken out as well. 3 points in for 214 Akira.
Beautiful spray indeed. 214 Akira fighting back. 3 elimination points now. Looking for the members of MFG at this moment. Yusuf on the other side. Spray fired out by 2 Pro. Almost getting his targets. Target's pretty low at this moment, but he can't get a good clear shot of the ball. But Rankin will do that from the high ground. Knocking down 1. And he has 1 more to go to finish out the members of MFG.
And Rankid and co, they are definitely showing up a lot of solid work here. Now going in for a push, Rankid goes up close and personal. Gonna be accompanied by the rest of them coming in through the buggies. Quick shot does connect as Wako tries to provide a little bit more coverage. MFG getting overwhelmed with only Yahiko being on the far flank side. He tries to keep their eyes onto the side of 214 Akira. But he's got so little cover. This is not a safe place to be, especially with TTQ across the board.
Yeah, it's in between 2 trees. That's his only cover now. And it seems like a 214 Akira kind of know where he is at. He's got Yatka at an off angle to provide a little bit more cover. But they might need to move because now the circle will shrink again. And it goes away from all these teams that we can see on screen.
Oh boy. As it goes into an uncharted territory right in between the slope of the hill as well. The ones that are in the city are also having a little bit of a question mark on their heads. How exactly they're going to approach this much later on. But inside of the shack, it will be Devon that will be taken out by 4th row.
Yeah, straightforward elimination there. 2 into the shack. Outnumbering Devon, eliminating him immediately. Now, circle-wise, we still have the Milda City within the circle. We've got at least 3 teams within the city, and the majority of them on the outside of the city. When it comes to rotation-wise, keep your eye on the playbook. Esports Michi just won a fight.
Michi is just going to be hanging. I mean, PBE is just going to be hanging really tightly as they lost quite a number of players already. TTQ have gotten a very great spot for him to overlook the entire area of Milta, whereas the quarter now dealing with the ruckus of what's going on inside of Milta. A couple of quality screw buys go through, but it's not gonna give them any saving grace with a push coming out of the top. But TZ now tries to avenge, so
Yo!
and oh my word, perfect execution as it blows out the quarter.
Wow, 2 perfect nades, one by Tavan, the second one by TZ in this round. Will we get a third one? Man, this round, the nade play is just amazingly shown by these teams. Now, for the teams inside of the Miramar City, they need to hold on to their position. Likely the circle might go their way.
Yeah, immaculate plays coming in with the technicalities. Romeo Boy soaking some damage. Very, very dangerous position to be for the moment. Whereas 2-1 Akira is already burning through the smokes. A lot of utilities just to try to make their way past some of the members of Exquisite. And Exquisite, they're all stuck within the shack. Not really a good place to be, but there's really nowhere else to go.
Ranked circling around. They do have the high ground advantage though, so they will probably want to hold on to that position as long as possible. But interesting enough, Austria Esports, we did talk about them. Are they going to do well? So far, they're able to survive to a top 9. Not able to get any placement points just yet, but based on their position, they should be able to still hold on to their current area they're holding. The only team without any elimination points yet.
We'll see whether if Austria can basically pull in a little bit more if they do basically get into a later stage of the game. I think sometimes playing patiently does pay off very, very well, especially when you are basically out of sight, out of mind from majority of all the other squads. And we'll have to see where it shifts. And this is going to be a little bit tough for Austria, despite me saying, you know, they've been playing a little bit more quietly. But now a long journey ahead to go into literally open field outside of the farms of Milta.
Oh man, open field is going to be tough for all these teams. And we've got a good amount of teams from the Milta City that needs to come out, including Austria Esports. So it's time for them to get into action. But speaking about action, Exquisite now against 2-1 for Akira.
Finally deciding to go in for the push. They're going to be sending all 4 members out there. Molotov now burning their HP bars. H2R tries to cut across and will be trying to enter the fray and will find at least one exchange. Not really much that has been done just yet, but Rankit now cooking a grenade. Pop Roll now burned alive as he sets foot inside of the shack. Nikan now ready with DBS. It's going to be very dangerous for 2-1 Akira. Maybe they will just share the walls for the time being as there's pressure from the outside.
Oh no, H2 needed inside. I noticed that. It's not good news for 2-1 Akira as they just landed themselves into the circle. One player from 2-1 Akira on the high ground still, and H2R will be picked up by another team. Wako is going to be the last man standing for 2-1 Akira. He's going to go in. This is only chance, but he's taking a lot of damage. Wako survives for now, and he's still able to pick up his teammate.
Wow. How on earth did they do this?
Wako!
Here goes. Oh, the last stand. Not really working all too well for him, but 2-1 Akira will remain intact, where the battle inside Mila gets even more rowdy as the teams are slowly swarming in. Austria finally approaches the rest of Harame Bro.
Romeo Boy spraying onto the area where 2-1 Akira is at into the small shack. Romeo Boy, he does have a couple of nades, but it's a little bit too far for him. So he's still going to continue to put on pressure onto them. Now, back onto Austria Esports. They have Harame Bros to deal with.
Looking into this situation, Few does manage to clip onto one. Astro X immediately faltering to the hands of his UMP. And Austria having more definitely thrown at them as well. Pop off the next one to go. The veterans of Austria depleted just like that by another veteran squad from the Philippines. It's Robbie Bro's firepower that we're looking at.
Nang X, the last man standing for Austria Esports. Oh no, they are looking for him. Nang X, where are you?
MM now dropping through one towards Snap. And that is just a perfect execution coming in from Harami Bros. Austria did not even manage to score any points at all in this banner round, despite making it to the top 8. They only had that one placement point, and that's it.
Yeah, one placement point. Despite a fairly good start for them, not challenged by other teams. So it's 1 point in 2 rounds. Not the start that they would have wanted. Looking away, Young Galacticos DZ picking away his teammates. Circle-wise, they shift towards the left side. TTQ needs to make that move. Same goes for Young Galacticos, who's still on the outside. And also 2-1 Akira on the northern side of the circle.
This is so tricky to play this one now. Look at this. Esports, after winning that chicken dinner, they are still in that contention here in the top 7. Should be possible for them to squeeze in for a top 5 finish. The only big problem is Harame Bro being quite close in proximity as well. 4 takedowns so far for the side of Yangon Galacticos. Now looking at the direction of 214 Akira, playing in this open spacing. This is going to be a little bit of an exchange, but he's hoping to open things up with this grenade. Might be able to actually catch them off guard, but I think that 214 Akira spots it. Damage being done. Federalis finds Master Vape as they do launch an attack against Esports.
Yeah, the Harame Bro, so far so good. 6 elimination points, but Few tries to take advantage of the skirmish happening up north. Keeping an eye on them, but he's forced to move as well because the zone will put pressure onto him. Harame Bros, so far they're on the clear. They just need to take care of teams who are on a medium to long range in front of them. Coming back onto Romeo Boy, still trying to fight against 214 Akira.
It's just so tough for Akira to actually make any sort of advancement. They are being stuck by the corner check and will be depleted by the blue zone as well. Romeo Boy managing to find one. Now it's really down to Rankid, but does he have enough though? 3 first aids to utilize, and he's got to slowly play with this one, I guess. Whereas Harami Bro, already 6 point in the bag, hunting on the entire squad of Esports, denying them any chance to proceed forward. And here goes MM through the smoke. He finds it. Takes out the champions of Sanhok.
MM, beautifully done. Now move over to TTQ. Coming in is Edward. Gets 1, gets 2. Edward eliminates Young Galacticos.
Wow. This guy is on absolute fire. And now going back into the other side as Few is trying to manage a whole squad of TTQ all by himself. Look at the spread of Harame Bro. The way that they play out definitely is very, very interesting on how they are approaching this final Few zone as they slowly deplete them, having to knock one member down and securing it to make it 3 for TTQ for now.
Few used all his nades, especially for TTQ, and with that, he got 1 elimination point back. Harame Bros, like what you said, have good control of their area for now, but some of them on the outside of the circle. Yaka, just right in front of Michi. Michi creating the smoke bridge, so he's going to get close to Yaka. That could be the next conflict point.
Yeah, then this conflict seems to be never ending for some of these guys. From a very difficult zone to play out to this current circumstance. And we're just seeing whether or not can they actually get a little bit more of an opening room for themselves. It seems like there is all too much that Edward can basically do but to keep himself alive as MM gets picked off on the side of Liquid. This 3 versus 3 situation now, very far spread apart. But that elevated angle coming from Few could actually be very, very deadly. Gus, now let's see what he has to offer.
TTQ managed to equalize the number of manpower between the two teams. So it's 3v3 towards the end. We are coming to stage 9, and the zone will close entirely. Both teams taking their own corner for now. TTQ with 9 eliminations. They are pretty much on the roll, but it's down to the final execution here. If we look at position-wise, Harami Bros, they are on the inner side of the circle.
Harami Bros, I think it's basically wait this one out. And pressure, it definitely piles onto the side of TTQ. 10 elimination points. This is just absurd of a run coming in for Harami Bros. Surely, in that past round, it didn't seem like, it was all too much that they've managed to garner inside of the Sanhok rounds. But this time, absolutely looking like a different beast.
Oh, Edward. Try to get as close as possible. The smoke is helping them to blind the members of Harami Bros. Edward shoots. Not able to get anyone down just yet. Try to get a hit marker up just to get information range. Now cooking up this nade, tossing on the side of Edward. Edward! Knocked down! Beautifully tossed out by Rage to secure the knock. But one member of Harami Bros now on his knees. So it's still a 2v2.
2 versus 2. And it comes so close in these rounds. And there you have it. The final member of TTQ remains intact to deny the chance of Harami Pro from scoring a chicken dinner.
Time to quick from Myanmar scoring this chicken dinner. My goodness, what an ending that was. It could have gone either way. TTQ takes home their own first chicken dinner in the PMCL this season.
So that's what we love to see in these fights here inside of Milto, especially with such a tough circle to play out. There was so little space, and yet they make do. They were not playing with any form of a cover that is actually substantial from the outskirts, but with those sort of open spacing, as well as knowing that eventually these players, when they do get picked off, they're pretty much segregated coming from the side of Harami Bros, and that's where they go in for this huge punishment.
Yes, and here's the best moments from the previous round. So it's going to be 12 eliminations for Time to Quick Esports. There's going to be 22 points collected in this round. So this round, I can say it started off pretty chill. We probably only got like a few small skirmishes at the early stage, and most of the fights happened at the mid stage onwards, especially when the circle kept going down south, and it caught a lot of these teams on the high ground of Mansion off guard.
Yeah, and I think like that's where it's really the struggle to really play for position as well, which is why we see all these clashes happening over the top side. But some of all these teams have managed to actually thrive from these kind of circumstances, and I think like there are definitely some huge winners coming in from this side of Twizzit, as well as a few more notable names as well. But Harami Bros, they were quiet at first, and eventually when it's time to pounce, oh boy, do they actually hit hard.
Oh man, yeah, but you put it out right. Harami Bros is still pretty consistent based on this, so still a good one by Harami Bros. But yep, I mean, we can't take away the spotlight from Time to Quick Esports as well, representing the Myanmar region to take home this chicken dinner. So for Time to Quick, they've been doing okay, I must say, but with this chicken dinner, this will boost them up a lot. But we have to give our legendary OG player Few the MVP of the match.
Yeah, and you know, he makes his debut today and instantly having that impact in the match, doing 900 damage. I've seen Few from 2019, and today he's still here rocking it in the PMCL with so much more confidence to be offered in these matches.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is still around, still kicking it and scoring his MVP. So far from Harami Bros, if I counted correctly, there are 3 different MVPs in their lineup so far in this tournament. But we gotta give the highlight for this round to Time to Quick Esports with the 12 eliminations that they picked up and 2,321 total damage.
That's a lot of damage that they actually dish out, I mean, in the span of the final few zones, because early on, a lot of all these members of TTQ, they were holding it a little bit back, and then when it seems like there was that golden opportunity for them to really strike, they really take on a lot of all these guys from the hillside and then slowly move downward. So it is really, really impressive to see this Burmese team to be able to really show a really equal firepower against the rest of Harami Bro at the very tail end of it.
And despite a fairly tough circle, I must say, because it kept going south most of the time, only 2 players got eliminated by the zone. 62 were eliminated by, well, each other. And despite that kind of circle, 3 airdrops were still looted in the process.
Yeah, and that also explains why a lot of all these teams have high artillery heading into the final battle. And in these open grounds, like, it definitely does shred quite a lot. So with that said, there's so many troubles because they really have to make do with all of that in order to sustain in such a fight outside of the open. So with all the points accrued, we'll take a look at the match rankings right now. TTQ at number 1, undoubtedly with the chicken dinner. Harami Bros with 11 total eliminations, sends them at 17. Meanwhile, PBE, YG, as well as MFG also emerged to be big winners of the match alongside with 2-1 for Akira, scoring 7 and above.
Yes, and we do have a TQ with 5 points. Mid-Clan, Dread, 4 points each. Exquisite, 3 points. APG, 2 points. Austria Esports, who had a clear start, 1 point this time. God7, 1 point. FBE, 1 point. And FRL, unfortunately, is the only team to not be able to pick up any points in this round.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate as we saw them trying to rotate from the northern area into the south, and they basically met with some of all these players from MFG that have been able to punish them so early. And I think that's the thing about the side of FRL, they got to be very, very careful when they really make moves around the map. Now let's take a look at the overall standings, as we are going to be seeing Harami Bros right now back to that number 1 spot, as they played 2 extra games compared to GE. So when GE comes back on the next game, things might look a little bit different.
Yeah, because they got 2 games in hand. And with 1 point difference, well, very, very doable for GE to overtake back that throne. But let's see what happens in the next round. We'll keep that for later. As of now, Playbook Esports, they are in the 100-point mark club, joining together with GE and Harami Bros. And they open up a comfortable gap between them and Yangon Galacticos, who shares the same point with Esports, 85 points apiece.
Wow. And bear in mind, Esports still have another game to play off against YG as well. So that chicken dinner that they've earned, they really shot them up the mark. But we will also see the inclusion of Enigma later on when they regroup to play inside of Erangel, because they are currently somewhere in the middle of the pack as well with that 77 points. So we'll keep you guys updated with all the happenings as we will slowly unfold it in the next match. But wow, 2 back-to-back rounds with a lot of high frags for those winners. And not only the winners itself, I think this round of Erangel inside Milta, it really offers so much points to those that really put in all the hard work.
And after this, we'll be going back, of course, into Erangel. It's going to be our second Erangel for today, and in match 3. But we will be reintroducing Genesis Esports, in which I know there are a lot of fans out there from Myanmar who is excited to see them. But will they be cooling off or warming up? Let's see here in our next match. But before that, we'll be heading on to a break. See you guys in a bit.
let's go boom. legs go boom. Legs go boom.
It's the new season setting here in the PUBG Mobile. Sorry, let me go for it again. In the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. My name's Contra, as well as Sir Cloud joining alongside with me as we bring you all the action. As we had ourselves a little bit of a break, it was 2 immense rounds that we've had concluded in Sanhok as well as Erangel, and now we move into our next stage, and we welcome back our next group to the party.
Yes, and of course the heavy hitters, Genesis Esports, we'll be looking at the first 2 games for today and telling themselves that, hey, you know what, that number 1 spot is ours, so wait for us to come back. Okay, it's only 1 point difference between them and Harame Bros. So yeah, I'm pretty sure they are fueled up and fired up for it.
That's right, and now with TTQ also being a solid contender heading into today's run, they've had some really massive performances as of lately. If we look into some of these recent matches on each day, they have had top 2 finishes, top 3 finishes, and now finally a chicken dinner for themselves. So now that we've included some of the players coming in from Enigma, See You Soon, Tiger KE, Justice Esports, as well as Steering Esports, we'll see Group B sitting this one out.
Yeah, Group B consists of Time to Quick Esports, who just got their chicken dinner, will be taking a chill pill this time. Young Galacticos, PG Esports, and Playbook Esports as well will be watching from, well, not really from afar, from the sidelines, I guess. And here it is, our teams that will be playing in the next round. Justice Esports and Harame Bros. Both of them will be playing here. So let's see if Harame Bros will be able to cancel out Genesis Esports.
Well, that is definitely a tough feat to do, but there are so many matches to play out where, you know, even the top teams can't be shut down in some of all these matches that they do play. So I guess, like, if they do have something cooked up and plotting in the early game, maybe they get to do so. But chances are, I think that at the moment, nobody dares to contest with GE in the early game.
Yeah, GE, who normally either drops in Novo or Rosal, we have not seen a contest yet. The last time somebody tried to drop close to them, the person got eliminated. I believe it was someone from Younger Galacticos who tried to be in the vicinity of Rosal in one of the rounds. And yeah, we all knew what happened after that. But we also know what's happening currently inside of the PUBG Mobile game. When you launch it, you will see it. It is this amazing set called the Dragon Emperor and Dragon Empress set.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Then this is a limited time offer that you could basically get for yourself, as this is going to be lasting only up till the end of either, I believe it was next week or so, because it's going to be on the 9th of March. So make sure you get your hands on this, as you can basically upgrade the firearm of the drag rate MK14 and also have the on-hit effects as well as elimination broadcast when you take down your opponent. So this is going to be absolutely worth it. And the first draw is only at 10 UC. It's definitely going to be pretty much easy on the wallet.
Yes, 10 UC, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sure you guys can spare 10 UC for it. Again, it is around for a limited amount of time until the 9th of March only. Same goes for this set that we'll be showing you next, which is the Serpent Gleam set. And this is also available for a limited amount of time until the 21st of March. Use this opportunity to upgrade your AWM and also get a new loot crate, elimination broadcast, and on-hit effect.
That's right, and this is definitely a good deal if you are a sniper lover, especially the AWM. This is a little bit more special because you don't easily acquire an AWM if you don't go for those airdrop chases. And if you are one, you are just in luck, because now you can basically walk away with something even more beautiful. So make sure you get your hands on the brand new Guild Serpent Gleam set that is available for a limited time up till the 21st of March.
Yes, limited amount of time again. And also the first draw, as always, it's only 10 UC for you to draw this. So yeah, again, 20 UC to be spared. Why not, right? One for each. So just go for it. Available now inside the game for a limited amount of time. And speaking about the game, we are going to jump into our third match for today that's going to happen inside of Erangel. Do you think it's going to be a all-out fighting start here for all these teams again?
I do think so. I mean, when we look at how GE plays, sure, they're not as straightforward when it comes down to taking those form of battles. That is why they are so difficult to read, right? They will basically play a very composed kind of style, and then now you also have an on-form Enigma from yesterday's run to be joining the fray. So I definitely want to see, can they put up the challenge to those who have played the past two rounds, because these guys are just about to get warmed up here for their first round.
Yeah, warmed up. And if they turn on the heat, well, it can be really, really scary. So let's see here. I still wonder if anyone else would want to challenge them in their drop spot. So far, we have not seen that in any of their maps yet. But I also really want to see, again, that for the Singaporean teams to actually score a chicken dinner. Again, so far, they're still the only region to have not scored a chicken dinner yet.
Yeah, and I think it definitely will be in due course, right? Eventually, once they have gotten everything down, then they will eventually get their hands on that chicken dinner. Of course, that requires a lot of hard work. So what I am seeing from the side of FV as well as APG, they tend to basically go a little bit more aggressive for the time being. I think they're basically practicing their firepower to see how well will they fare against all the other squads. But, you can't always keep going at it without having the game plan for the later stages, because you need to ensure that you stay intact in order to have these final few battles for that chicken dinner.
And if we base off the previous round, I think there was some defensive gameplays that they could have done better. The fight inside of Erangel with Myth Clan, they were at the compound first. Myth Clan came later, Davan came later as well, meaning that at some point it was a 4v3, but unfortunately, one by one, they got picked off, shots through the window, finished off by the nade by Davan towards the end. It became a difficult situation for them to defend that ground when they start to lose members to being shot down by through the window. So hopefully it's those things that they can actually learn and improve as the games goes by.
Yeah, and I do see massive improvements when it comes down to how they do manage to take some of all these team fights, right? Where they always have been able to bring teams down to one member back in Sanhok, and even in that previous round of Erangel, which you just basically covered about. So It's just about time. I mean, if it gets any cleaner, I think FV could basically be a team that can really contest with some of the best.
Yeah. I mean, they do have a brand name. If we talk about like in the world of PUBG Mobile, in fact, both of them, like APG, we know that they have a brand name in Cambodia. FV has a brand name in the Malaysian region as well. They played in the PMPL, MYSG back in the day based on this brand name. And now they have implanted this brand name in the Singaporean region. So having this brand name, I'm sure there will be a set of fans that has a level of expectation for these teams. So hopefully they'll be able to give a fan service to the fans out there by bringing them something to celebrate.
Yeah, and first, I think like it's also a very good time to really prove themselves, especially with this brand new season of the PMCL. So with that in mind, I think like if you were to be able to make it far enough, you will be known globally because now that the road has been shortened up for those that have been playing in the C wildcard region known previously. And it's the PMCL gives them that direct access of a golden ticket compared to, a lot of other regions.
Yeah, to the PMGO especially, which will be their next stop, especially for the champion of the PMCL this season. And they don't need to compete with some of the other powerhouses like from Thailand, Indonesia, and also like from the Malaysia region as well. So this is their opportunity for all these teams to grab that ticket to Brazil to be part of the tournament that gives them the prize pool of 500,000 US dollars. That is $500,000 US dollars on the line in the PMGO, and I'm sure all these teams want to go there, just like how we want to go to our next match that will happen inside of Erangel.
Here we go with Enigma and the rest of the groups joining in as well. We welcome once again Genesis Esports to try to reclaim the top spot against Harame Bro. They have taken that away from them. Here we have match 3 as we will see the second Erangel map to play out in another interesting fashion. So today, a lot of tough circles, and I believe that it might just get tougher from here on. Or maybe it's time to tone it down to something a little bit more traditional, where you get something towards the central area instead.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't mind if it's still a mid to the base circle. Not gonna lie. I mean, if it's mid to the base circle all day long, I'll definitely take it. Just like how Genesis Esports are not going to Rose out despite the flight path, able to reach that, they will stick with a Novo. Looks like their philosophy is that wherever is closest, whichever we can get the drop first, we will take that spot.
Yeah, I think like it's a good approach to have as well. I mean, you get that form of hit start, and then eventually you just basically make those early rotations, and that gives you a little bit of an edge against those that are hoping to contest much later on. GE will be seeing whether or not can they deny some of the exit or entry hitting into the island, as that will be once again a potential Sandosca military base ending.
Yep, I can do this kind of circle all day long. Now, since it's in the mid base, we already have 4 teams inside of it, together with SDE, See You Soon, and Austria Esports, and obviously Genesis Esports. So, being in the mid base island at the start will give them that advantage. Now, with this kind of circle, we saw the other day that Genesis Esports, they will play the bridge camping role. Expect them to do the same again because it got them a couple of good points.
Yeah, and I think like you basically don't fix what's not broken, so they could basically go at it again and again with these form of tactics to really negate any form of entry into the island. As we're gonna be looking at how teams on that mainland is gonna be coping this time. The quarter now having an ambush coming in from the south, MFG Yahiko stalking Fern. And none of these guys actually have full stock of gears, but thankfully enough for him, there is an AKM in the hands of Yahiko.
Well, the top just using whatever that he has, a pistol and a shotgun on the other arm. So I guess between the two, with this sort of range, the pistol would be the better weapon. Although it's not exactly the best though. But something to keep in mind is that both teams, they are 1,500 meters away.
Yeah, either side is like it's not really any form of advantage if you ask me, because like even without any form of scopes, it's gonna be pretty hard. But it's better than having nothing like what Furring is having. Absolutely depleted from the side of Yakiko.
Feng taken out, and that's going to be the first blood in this round given towards MFG. Unknown definitely knows what he's doing there, and he'll say thank you for the point.
Yeah, and we look into the early games. These teams really love to have it a go, and obviously not really benefiting. But thankfully, with that vehicle, they will be able to traverse into the next city town. But MFG knows very well that they are out of resources, so they will continue to press the attack. And he might be able to burn down the UAZ. He has to go in for the reload. Only has the AUG. Good enough weapon, but he's only got 30 clips. 23 bullets before he switches to a shotgun.
Yeah, very, very low on ammunition right now. So hoping for his teammates to deal up majority of damage. The top, kind of low. Yatka, as what you said, switches to a shotgun, and now he's going to take it close onto their face.
Boy, oh boy. They're just basically making good advantage of this current situation. Save will be the next one to falter. Two members down from the side of MFG. Yakiko, he's got more bullets for days to deal with the rest of the quarter. Now let's see what Chris has in store this time around. Oh, this is a little bit dicey on how they're going to be managing these resources. Not what I do fancy for most part, but it definitely makes do for a very good fight as the quarter gets taken out by MFG.
The quarter first team to be eliminated. MFG has all their players intact. 4 elimination points for them. And now they can focus on to get into the circle.
Yeah. Solid 4-pointers and not really losing any of them as well. So that is a really strong start and an effort well paid off. After looking towards the hillside, contesting for those vehicles. And now we'll have to see Asya on how they do manage as they are trying to pass by some of the members of Enigma. Eventually have the invasion towards the side of Koopa. He does have the DBS. He's all alone though in this shack.
Oh, Koopa.
1 down, 2 more to go. Can he actually go for it? Not enough. So they will claim his life.
Yeah, the DBS will not save him on the second floor. And no way for his teammates to revive him as well. Very good rush in there, not gonna lie, by Austria Esports. So now they have the time to reset. No other teams around them. But looking at the minimap, there's actually another team. Okay, that's Enigma actually passing by. So it's something that they'll need to be aware of and they need to recover quickly.
Definitely do have to do so. Austria Esports popping a couple of grenades to ensure the safety of themselves. And GOT7 is just trying to finish off this fight inside of Severny before making any drastic measures to move into the Sanhok military base. Driving directly towards the crosshair, and Niju will be shredded apart. That's not really a good look at all as the rest of them crumble through. GOT7 doing this one cleanly, leaving only 1 member behind, and that's going to be Ranzer sitting by the church. This is going to be spotting out a move.
Bam! 1 more.
And we'll at least get 1 point before anything else. Can he deal with the rest of the squad? We'll have to wait and see as we see the push coming into effect. KS hoping to dap his hands into a close quarter fight by the corner of the walls. Let's see if he pushes out. Over on the back, he's also trying to close right in. G360 in hand, as they will be able to put him down to sleep. That makes it a total of 4 points for Fearless Esports.
They lost Amura in the process, and let's also remember that they are in Severny. The circle is towards the military base island, and it's going to take quite a while for them to travel. Looking at their utility-wise, KS has 2 first aids looting up, no extra first aids. Hopefully they'll be able to find some extras in the buildings or along the way. If not, I worry that it will not be enough for them.
Yeah. Sometimes I do have questions for some of these players. Like, when you finish a fight, you spray those boxes. Are you not concerned about your resources heading into the next battle? Because it's so far away from the island. They spot a boat. I mean, this boat is so far off. Nothing that they can basically use to get right in. But it's actually from another team or so, I do believe, that has been able to move past by the waters, and that will be Myth Clan that will be swerving their way in. Meanwhile, inside of Chinky, we see a fight between Arabe Bros and the rest of Exquisite. Great shots coming in from Federales, connecting the dots. Now it's down to Nathan, the only member remaining. They've already lost range in the process as they are pushing through. I don't think there's a way out for the side of Exquisite, but they are looking to bring down Federales. Nathan taken down.
Yep, straightforward elimination here. They surrounded Exquisite Esports, and with that, they took out one by one. And the numbers won at the end of the day. So it's Harame Bros picking up 4 points here. But interesting enough, Shroud from Myth Clan knocked down by the zone, and we're only at stage 2.
Wow. Look at how many teams are still on the outside. And over on the edge of built-up power is where there is going to be a complete lockout. Is the rest of 214 Akira, I believe, is trying to hold out against Myth Clan. The rest of the players that have moved into the south side of the island have been able to hold it out safely at the very least. MFG got 7. Long way to go before they even get past Pochinki.
Yeah, Myth Clan, they seem to be taking the boat ride. So, yeah, different approach here. But they're caught up by 214 Akira. Davan knocked down. 214 Akira. Oh, this is like pirates. 214 Akira with a patch in their eye. Yep, just taking over Myth Clan just like that.
Casual pirate loot invasion, right? Like, you basically go to the sea, score your loot, and leave them stranded. Joseph, the only one that could potentially do something here, but I don't think there's much that can actually come up of this result, as the Von is slowly losing his breath. And that also means that there is still one more player remaining from Myth. I wonder who could that actually be. He's nowhere near the site here. But the least that they could do right there, the Von, he denied 1 point off of 214 Akira. A smart play, to say the least.
Yeah, that was the least that they can do, like what you said. And I wonder where's that last member of Myth, though, and how far he is from at least getting to the circle. But the fact that the circle has shifted towards the left side is going to be even harder for them to get in. And with GE being the gatekeepers, oh man, this is going to be even harder for some of these teams still on the main peninsula. Holy Lanju is on the other side, and Smile will be keeping an eye on him.
I would actually say that GE is very, very patient, just understanding that certain teams are going to take the slow route into the island, and they might actually benefit from this, but they can't really stay for long. You look at Smile, he does not have any form of medicine that he could basically use. Only 2 smoke grenades is all that he has, whereas Master Ichi only with 1. I thought that with so much time looting up in Nova Noya, they will have plenty more to go. I guess that they will just keep watch for now. It's only Lanju. But what about the rest of his team? Doesn't seem like there's going to be too much of a drastic measure or move. But look at that. GOT7 is about to join in the party as well. So we might actually see a fight that will take place by the bridge.
Yeah, circle on the left side. And to answer your question, the rest of Dread now, they are moving in. They're still in the main peninsula. Same goes for GOT7 and 214 Akira. Passing by, Ichi lets the first one go. So Moy is still open for now. But Murdoch over there. Moy, where are you going to run right now? You're in the side of Ichi. Ichi's just going to clear shot on the Moy. Moy should not be able to survive this, but somehow he fights back and Ichi went down.
And that is just a little bit of a blunder. He goes in for the reload, didn't really connect some of these shots, and he gets tagged out instead. Let's see if Small can basically go in for the save, whereas the rest of the side of Red Esports are also dealing with the pressure from the back. GOT7KS has just arrived at the scene, and that might just open a little bit of window for Genesis to remain as 4.
Oh man. God7 still on the outside of blue now, and we are closing stage 3. Flash Vision just beside them. One goal for Kira gets knocked down by the zone. CZ now sees the members of Flash Vision. Spray coming out from CZ, knocks one down. Papa J calling up for help.
Two sides of the gatekeeper, the entry point as well as the exit, and FV gets flipped out. 2 members down, they have to look for another way around Flash Vision. Well, I guess they will have to look for another game.
Yeah, eliminated in the same area as yesterday's Erangel. So this area is, I guess it's not really a good area for Flash Vision. They might want to think of the plan B the next time it's on the Sky Circle. And we've got Jashi here spraying onto the inside, gets a knockdown, remember, of God7.
Jashi, he's still got 3 first aid kits left. So he potentially can outlast some of these members of the side of GE. As they are slowly running out of meds. They see a pile of smoke in the middle of the bridge, but there's only one way in. And Red Esports understand they are going on foot though. It's going to take a while. STE as well as SYS, they are having a little bit of scuffle as See You Soon taking the top side of the hill. Looking for a score, but it's going to be Esports that will tag 1 member down from the side of Strangers Esports.
Yeah, they lost 2 already now, so only 762 and a minor to play the rest of the round now. I doubt they'll be able to save Newbie as other teams are coming in to try to take that point away. Esports close as well, comes in, and that is the point to the end.
Master Big also getting another one in the back wall. Sizak with a long range spray, actually dishing significant damage towards the side of See You Soon. Flush them off of the hill. Great control overall coming from Esports. Today seems to be a great day for so far, just really getting into the right places and also picking up a lot of all these points along the way. Although right now it's only 1, but in that area play, they can definitely score so much more.
Whoa, look at the amount of teams still on the outside of the circle. We have a good amount of them in the main peninsula. So Harame Bros, we got MFG just behind them. Harame Bros, they are playing this very, very safely, not crossing the bridge yet, but because they are doing that, they have to fight against MFG first.
Yeah, and I just really want to touch on why so many players are in the water. It's thanks to 2 teams, right? God7 and GE. And now, this might just be big advantage for GE to farm all these numbers. But Enigma, they're also swerving in from the side. They might just be able to actually get a good glimpse and eventually take on the rest of GE as well. HE finds Coca-Cola. And speaking of which, they are fighting.
Well, Coca-Cola went out. Ichi somehow still alive after that bridge fight on the right side. Now putting focus on the MFG, they're trying to get across, but Harame was to try to stop them. Jetka will lead the charge. On the other side, we have MM waiting. MM, very patient, but MM, oh man, spotted out, forced to move.
He's just gotten himself a little bit of a cover. Dread Esports took a little bit too long, will be depleted. Walking away with only 1 point this time. Master Ichi goes in to take on Asia Esports, and just look at them go. 6 points accrued. As they do have 1 member being knocked down. Yahiko now finds MM as well. Federal is taking control of this east and western side of the bridge instead, where there's attack towards the side of Yatka. Wow. Great spot on shots hitting towards the side of See You Soon. MFG, 1 member to be saved by the side of Unknown. It's all about controlling who gets into the island at the time being here in stage 4. And Federalis, he is still struggling to get his way across. He's the only one surviving for the side of Harame Bro, but we know he can dish out a lot of damage, and he just spots out in perfect spray as he did not check the back. Yahiko taken out.
Nice shot there by Federales. But then also alerted the rest of MFG. Ichi winning this fight against Osja. Skynet falls to him. Ichi, just by the 10% of health left, only has bandages to recover his health. No first aids in sight.
Still looking for the final elimination against Pop Pop, as he will have the bullets to go, and he will deplete them with Murna Boy's assistance. Asia Esports with only 2 points as they finish off at 9th place. And this is how Justice Esports go in to quickly restock and then hand out for more.
Oh, Federales. No way for him to go through now. A lot of eyes onto him. In fact, Yatka is cooking up his nade. He doesn't want to wait any longer. Want to try to flush out Federales. One of the top eliminators of Harami Bros. How is he going to get across now? MFG do still have the circle, so they're not going to let him go.
See you soon. Just basically wanting the first their points really badly. Just completely zoning out Federalis. As Federalis overlooks the far corner of the map. As that will be the direction of 214 Akira now getting attacked by GE as well. Big nade! As he will have to focus back onto the side of MFG. MFG so far doing massive duty with a big blowout of the grenade to bring Harami Bros down.
There you go. Harami Bros eliminated. And GE is still alive. So obviously GE got opening Harami Bros out. Naughty Boy shoots from the top. Naughty Boy gun down. Not able to survive long enough. Zayak taken out as well. Trust me. And Master Bay will be the last 2 members of Esports alive.
Just look at this current scenario. Suddenly, the whole map is being cleared out because a lot of them are denied from any form of firm entry. And now whoever's inside the island are just basically going on a standoff with 214 Akira having 1 member to survive. Yumzai is a new name that we are seeing from the side of GE, making his debut here on Day 3, as he will give us a little bit of a show by taking out the entirety of 214 Akira.
I also want to point out that GE now has 13 eliminations. The record is held by them with 16 eliminations, and they can still break their own record as of now with the amount of players left in the battlefield.
There definitely is that potential for them to close with another record high. They continuously break records after records as they seem to be the most dominant team in the tournament so far. Minor picked out, that will be point number 14, but stolen away by the John.
About to make that 14 and getting closer to breaking their own record, but it's okay. There's still enough bodies for them to do so. Justice Esports with the full squad has a good chance. But let's not forget about the CU soon. They also have a full squad too. But now, putting focus on the 762, the final member of STE, just right beside another squad. The moment he shows himself onto the outside, he could be shot.
STE just have to play this one very safely. Esports just hoping to make it into the top 3 if they could. That will reward them with plenty more points to go about, especially in this current circumstance. The battle really here is about SCU versus GE, and what an angle that Boyshon's getting from here.
Wow, what an angle indeed. I mean, that was a really tight one, and he managed to spot out the legs of his opponent, taking him out, and that's another point into his pocket, leaving us with 12 remaining players.
See you soon. Taking a little bit of the real estate over onto the shorelines. Unknown hanging by a rock and a hard place. They've managed to accrue 5 points for themselves. I hear a couple of attacks, and that's actually coming in from another direction. Trust me, slowly bleeds out. Master Vape trying to hold on. 2 solo units on different side of the compound. Whereas Master Ichi knows that, okay, there's definitely somebody out there. So in order to break that record, they have to claim all these points. Master Vape can't really make any advancement at all. They're just absolutely locked out.
Yeah, and they also locked out the zone as well. I don't know what's going to be next for them. The best is to create a smoke bridge and try to make a run for it. But the moment they do so, see you soon. We'll be waiting for them in at the high ground. So now the Dawn, this is exactly what we expect to happen. They try to go out, see you soon is there.
And the circle moves further into the direction of GE, not too far across. See you soon taking the other side of the hill as these 2 teams are contesting to take those points. It's going to be see you soon that will be able to claim it with the 6 in total. Now, Smile opening up a little bit more space. Try to close in on the side of see you soon. Master Vape somehow makes it out alive. the other member of MFG is also trailing in from the northern part of the map. He's going to be even more in a safe scenario as compared to the rest, but he will have to make their way into the circle. Same goes to Master Vape. I mean, he's still on the outskirts. Maybe there's a chance that he can basically call through and ambush the rest of SYS Tiger KE.
That number 13 on Genesis Esports hasn't been moving for quite a while now. But with let's see here, 6 more players left, and yeah, they just need 3 to even up the same number as they've gotten before 16. If they got 4, then they would have broken their own record. Still very doable for a team like Genesis Esports, especially Master Vape. Oh, he is trying to be sneaky here. He sees the John. The John.
Oh?
Does he know? Maybe not.
I thought that he was looking, but he's actually looking on a different direction. The John absolutely misses it. This is a good chance. Master Vape. He's gonna take it. This is a chance. Okay. Another time. Come on.
Master Vape. Put the trigger.
Oh.
Go. Pulls it! Master Vape with a backstab. Onto the John.
Took him quite a while, but he still does it. Master Vape now seeks out a firm chance into the top 3. But we'll have Boy Sean to be on his eyeballs as well. So this is definitely going to be a little bit more drawn out as it will eventually approach Stage 7. Man, Stage 7 is going to be rough. Look at the terrain. There's a lot of open grounds, and I'm not sure who's going to be able to actually play in these open fields, but Esports is the next team to fall. Now, MFG squeezes in with pretty much a safe area to the north side.
Yeah,
SYS have not able to spot him out.
With only 4 players left now for Genesis Esports to break their own record, they have to take out all of them. Let's see if they can do so, if they can take them all out or they will cancel out each other. As Genesis Esports now gathering information, they do know someone is just below them. With a high ground advantage, it's going to be good for Genesis Esports.
Yeah, they could just basically play this one out slowly as the rest of SYS are taking the opposite side of the hill. They are also sending Small to actually infiltrate their defenses. What a measure coming in from Small, but they will not be flinched about that. Lutev now dropping the lead, trying to actually push them all the way back. Millie getting clipped out by Master Ichi. Master Ichi from the far flank side, giving a little bit of coverage while Boyshan comes in with a DBS, not finding anything at all. And see you soon. They will be seeked out, and only 1 member remains from each opposing side. MFG somehow can potentially squeeze into the top 2.
MFG, yeah, nobody really knows where he's at. Okay, Lulu taken out by Myrna, so that's number 15 now for Genesis Esports. 2 more to go. So let's see who will take that second place. It's very, very likely now that Genesis Esports can close up this game. Not only the numbers, but they do have circle control.
The whole map is theirs to take right now, and they will have a little bit of an inkling of an idea that it's within those compounds. So if they don't use this time to basically hunt out, then they won't break that record, because eventually these teams will slowly bleed by the blue zone. And speaking of which, Unknown just by the very edge of it. Master Ichi now cooking up some grenades, hoping to drop towards the corner of the map. Whereas Unknown, I think he's going to be able to go 1 versus 1.
There you go.
And here we have it. 0.
Is it a deny?
Scoring 1 as he denies the final point. Chicken dinner handed over to Genesis Esports.
Well, it's a deny, so no records shattered here. But still, Genesis Esports, the moment they make their debut today, they come in with a chicken dinner. This is Smile, Ichi, Zai, and Myrna. Despite them making the substitution, they are still the team to beat.
And they are another $100 richer at the same time. Like, how many chicken dinners can they get by the end of this weekend? Well, that's not fair. You got some GE merch. I want one for myself.
Well, what to do? You know, that's what happens when you're just handsome. You know, So together we are Genesis. So Genesis Esports again, another chicken dinner. What does it take to stop this team?
What does it take? Entirely, I'm not sure. But this actually ties them with 3 chicken dinners to match up against Harami Bros. What a game this is, and truthfully told, Sir Cloud, none of these games are easy at all to handle in terms of the play zone. But GE just has a formula of success that nobody else has.
Yeah, you can make the substitution and they will still be as good. It's almost like you can feel anyone in the lineup and they'll be fine. You can give them a 2-game break, 3-game break, they'll still be hot, they'll still be on fire. I mean, Genesis Esports, they do have some sort of formula to be really successful at this high level stage of the tournament.
Yeah, and you just love to see it, don't you? Like, this squad really is the embodiment of perfection so far from what we see. From the way that they play out the south side of Sanhok military base, they're not the type that goes in sitting onto a zone and say, hey, we're going to be safe here and we don't have to challenge. They always go on the hunt. And with those hunts, they have been able to acquire plenty of elimination. And Master Ichi is the one that will be the MVP of the match with 4 elims and 4 knockouts.
Yeah, Ichi used to be the top eliminator in the PMCL SEA wildcard back in the day as well, and still putting up a good performance here. His first MVP in the PMCL with 4 eliminations, 755 damage. Again, Genesis Esports, this team in this region is just unstoppable.
Yeah, and this is just the beginning of week 1. There's still a total of how many rounds to play? 30 rounds in total. And these guys are basically leapfrogging to the top and reclaim that #1 glory.
Yes, the #1 glory goes to Genesis Esports in this round, like what you said. 15 eliminations, so that's 25 points in this round. Not breaking their own record, but it is also the second highest eliminations collected by a single team in a round in this tournament.
Yeah, and they were almost setting another new record high, but unfortunately the points were denied because the MFG basically canceled out that opportunity. But nevertheless, this is definitely a topper of a round for themselves. So with that said, we will eventually add all the points together to see how the rest of the team fare, because we already know that GE is already at #1.
Wow, look at the amount of players eliminated by the zone. We got 9 of them taken out. Only 5 total eliminations in this round. And 4 airdrops looted is the most that we have seen so far in this tournament. So I would say that that is that's quite a big number there. We normally see like 3 or less than that.
Yeah, usually less than that, right? So there's a reason why there's a lot less troubles to be used out, because they don't really have ample time to loot for those who are in the mainland and in the islands as well. You even see GE with the whole area of Nova Noya looted out. They don't really have much resources. So it's not only a war of attrition, but the war of survival at the same time. So it's really a magnificent showing that GE really put up this performance with all 4 members staying intact till the tail end of that run. STKE, this is one of the best we've seen out of the squad with 14 points, as FFG follows suit with 12. Got 7, scores 8, and Esports still remaining consistent here in the top 5 with 6 points, alongside with Harami Bros, STE with 5, along with 2, 1 for A. The rest of this party has only got 2 or even less.
Yeah, Austria Esports 2 points here, so it's a total of 3 points so far today in 3 games. That's an average of 1 point per game. Myth Clan, Dread, Exquisite, FRL 1 point each, and Enigma, FBE, and TQ unfortunately not able to collect any points at all. But it's kind of obvious because Harami Bros, they got a lot lesser points than the Genesis Esports. So GE, welcome back to the throne.
GE, look at that. They only played 11 matches and they still have 2 more to tie with the rest of those that have played the maximum amount of games, but they're still, of course, another 3 maps to be played out today. And up next is going to be yet another round of Erangel, our final one for day 3. So we'll see how the other teams fare later on, as we have Parame Bros still retaining number 2, PBE, they were not part of the play, but Esports have now overtaken the spot of Yango and Galacticos in order to make their mark into the top 4.
Yep, with GE's success so far, so far so good. We have a lot more days to go, so gotta calm down, guys. I gotta give a shout out to the owner of GE, Boston. He has a very unique philosophy on how he runs his team. He gets his players in check, and even after so many seasons, they are still up there. My goodness, he definitely has something in him, and I think it's also part of it. Part of GE's success is also because of solid management that they have.
Yeah, and that really is the true definition of leadership. Like, with the right philosophies as well as mentality, it will take not only you but the team really, really far. So with that being said, I believe we'll go on a short break, and when we do come back, we'll bring you the final round of Erangel right after this.
Yep, so we'll see you guys after this break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere.
Let's go boom. Let's go boom. Let's go boom. legs go boom. Legs go boom.
Welcome back to the PMCL Southeast Asia. This is Contra here with Sir Cloud as we bring you the second half of the matches of today. We've already had 3 matches pass, and now we're definitely in for more. Hope you guys managed to catch a really good break as the players are ready to take on the next few battles.
And we just came off a chicken dinner by none other than Genesis Esports, who had a bit of a break. And the moment they came back, they scored a chicken dinner with 15 eliminations. And also wanted to point out that that is their 3rd chicken dinner in this tournament. They have been getting chicken dinners, well, yesterday they got 2 and today's 1. So it's not 1 every day, but it's still 3 chicken dinners in total.
Yeah, that's a really good average at the very least, that you managed to score huge every single day. And I mean, without the chicken dinners, this team doesn't seem to have problems, because if we look into the past few records of the past seasons of PMPL SEA wildcards, right? Like, this team tends to get those chicken dinners relatively very, very late into their own respective league, but this time, it feels like they feel a lot more confident in the play style going up against the rest of Southeast Asia. And now we have a Group A, B, D, E to be matching up in this upcoming battle.
Yes, and Group C will be taking a break. That is Dread Esports, the Quarter, MFG Esports, and I Esports will be watching from the sidelines this time. So this time around, we will have the 2 Singaporean teams playing. I am still hopeful for the Singaporeans to score their first chicken dinner in this tournament.
Yep, and we're definitely looking forward to that as well. So far, we see massive fights breaking out for Flash Vision Esports. Still very, very close to closing out that fight. So it's all about making sure that they land the final field blow and not walk away with too much casualties, and they should be good to go. Enigma doing very well in that pass round. The same goes to see you soon. So when the rest of Group D came in swinging into the matches, they really show up strong. Now it's really down to how the rest of them will fare, because now I'm seeing Group A having some shakiness other than God of Seven that has been putting on some decent records.
Yeah, God of Seven also. Another team, decent records, but they really need more. I mean, it's probably also because of the competition is really, really tight, right? They need more. I would say to be safe, be on page number one. 3 weeks in a row and you'll be okay. But if you're hovering around like 16, 15, even 14, then it gets scary towards the end of week 3.
Yeah, it definitely does get very, very daunting when you move into the later stages of the week, where you don't want to be that team battling for lifeline or even be actually anywhere near that 16 spot, because once you move into the grand finals, you are on a huge deficit when to actually catch up to be crowned champions, which will mean that these teams that are on the bottom of the barrel will have to work 2 to 3 times as hard as those who have done well in the league.
Yes, and for you to do well in your own, well, league or maybe not, is to be part of this line collaboration, because it is currently inside of the world of PUBG Mobile, only available until the 3rd of March. So do not miss out this opportunity. Time is running out. Log in. There will be a brand new prize path in which you can unlock special Line Friends rewards. So take this chance to take home exclusive Line in-game rewards right now up until March 3rd.
That's right, and you could basically have a lot more fun together with Line Friends as you buddy up for battle. So, other than the Line Friends collaboration, we also do have a lot of great offerings in PUBG Mobile. So, if you guys are planning to, team up with your fellow squad, you know the drill. Go check out the stores for you to basically uh, up the ante in your matches, as well as keep it all fresh and exciting. So, other than that, we've definitely shown you guys a little bit earlier on about the Dragon Emperor and Empress set, as well as the Serpent Gleam set, which you could basically draw, with the first draw being at 10 UCs.
Yes, it's only 10 UC, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone has 10 UC to spare, I'm sure. So why not spare it with the special promotion right now before the time runs out? And for the teams, well, they still have a good amount of time, but you don't want to leave it to the end to try to catch up onto the top 16 to be in the grand finals, because you don't want a sweaty end to the league stage. And also, you want a really, really good start to grand finals, because there will be starting points, especially for teams who do well, that goes into the finals.
Yeah, back in the other type of league, sometimes teams can basically keep their strats and, try to only give that 100% during the finals. I think that this system ensures that everybody puts on their best level of performance from the start till the finish line, because every single point acquired here is going to be very, very important. I cannot really stress this out even more, because if you were to be getting a good result in week 1 and then week 2 you basically slump, then suddenly you find yourself into the middle of the pack. That's not exactly where you want to be. And for those that consistently do not get those good results, and then you plan to only do well towards the grand finals, even if you qualify, you will be so far behind.
Yeah, you don't want to be catching up by then, because anything can happen, right? Anything can happen. The zone might not be in your favor. You might get a tough flight path. You might be challenged early. I do expect all those challenges to come in, especially when it's week 3, when teams are starting to get desperate to overcome each other, to climb into the top 16. That's why we see a lot of teams challenging for the drop spots, trying to cancel out each other just for the spot in the grand finals.
Yeah, and of course, it just gets a lot more ruthless as the days go by. I mean, just looking at how these battles are taking place as well, like you could see that from this region of Southeast Asia, a lot of these teams have high respect of each other when it comes down to being outside of the battlegrounds, right? But in the battlegrounds itself, nobody is spared. Like the way that they've been basically going for early challenges till the finish line really goes to show that these squads of SEA really loves to take on those battles. But I want to see a little bit more of a diversity in terms of playstyle as well, because I see majority of these squads, they are very proficient in close quarter combat. I want to see a little bit more of those mid-long range battles, as well as a little bit more of that coordinated attack, just like what Myth Clan have shown us before.
Yes, Myth Clan, they have shown good stuff. But just that the level of inconsistency is not really there, right? Like sometimes they got a chicken dinner, and then sometimes you see them winning fights, and sometimes you don't see them winning fights. And but there are also some other factors that it's out of their control. For example, like the circle went away from them. They had a good compound inside one of the Erangel matches, and the circle went away. The moment they step out of the compound, it's an open space. Crosshairs will be onto them. So you're bound to have those kind of rounds, right? So that is why it's important for the rounds that you can do well. You have to make the most out of it.
Yeah, I think you definitely said it the best, right? Like every single round here from here on is going to be very, very impactful on their accumulation towards the end of this weekend, because now basically is the total. It's basically 50% of the entire run already, or slightly more than that. So they don't get as many chances. So if you basically add the rest of the days, you have a total of, let me calculate for a little bit. So 12 games over the span of the weekend, and another 3 more. So that's basically 15 rounds. 15 rounds can just fly by in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, 15 rounds can fly by. So teams are some of the teams are really starting to fall, right? Like Austria Esports, they started off not so well. Then they had an okay somewhere in the middle, and now they're starting to fall again. The last we saw them, they are at number 17. So they're out of the top 16 as of now. For a team that has a lot of experience, has their own achievements, it's very unusual to see them down there and sliding even further down. And if they continue on like this, I mean, I worry that other teams could still push them down even further, and that will be not so pleasant to the fans.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of discussion in the chat already. I mean, other than the usual banter between one region to the next region. So I guess like there's also a lot of good takeaways, especially for the squads that have made their debut here in PMCL. They really show up strong. And one of my new favorite teams out there, Esports, they are really setting the pace up really well. And now they move into the final Erangel of the night.
And speaking about Esports, they're only 9 points away from joining the 100-point club. So today itself is very doable for them to reach that 100-point club. Well, let's see if when will they be able to get it? Like how fast will they be able to get that 100-point mark? Now we jump into Erangel. This is going to be match number 4, and it's also the final Erangel match for today. Flight path looks to be similar with the Erangel match before. We're going to start off from Novo up onto the northern side of Starburg, and it's going to be on the right side of this map. So with this flight map, again, Genesis Esports, they'll definitely drop into Novo.
Yeah, it's a very direct passage for these teams out there, but over onto the Western Plains, which some of the teams do favor areas like Gatka or even Georgia Pole. It is a very far stretch though. So I wonder how they're going to be coping with this. We'll definitely have to see how they will basically get themselves secure in the early game first and foremost, before we think about how the later stages will pan out for them. But like in what I'm seeing so far, as we have very standard drops across the minimap. Enigma taking control of farm, and this time it's still showing us a little bit of the region of the island, but I think it's safe to say that a lot of players will be playing around that Fairy Pier area as the prime spot of this stage.
Yeah, left side circle again this time, but at least it's not inside our the military base. I do expect it to go to the main peninsula instead, so not as daunting of a circle as before. But still, because of the majority of the teams are on the right side of the map, can you imagine? Everyone rotates at about the same time. There'll be a lot of clashes there.
Yeah, I believe that these teams have been able to figure out how to basically manage this as compared to the full island circle. There is still a slight chance that it will still end up all the way down south, but let's not jinx it, as they've already had a really hard day moving into all the games that have been played out for the entirety of the evening. So hopefully things are gonna go much better for these teams.
Yeah, no early fights so far. So if you're talking about better, then yeah, it's good for all these teams. So everyone has the chance to loot. Everyone has the chance to pick their position that they will want, or at least have the time to plan for it. And we'll see what happens after that. It's really down to the execution for these teams now. Stage one, so far, this is I would say out of all the rounds that we have seen, this is the most peaceful start to a round that we've seen so far.
Yeah, and I think like teams can definitely enjoy a safer looting phase than to actually rush to a certain direction of play. So you could basically see them having their game plan being set pretty much in a little bit more of a straightforward form as compared to what the rest of the maps were like. Because Sanhok, yep, we saw what it was. It was very similar to what the Sanhok's military base ending. But for now, Yangon Galacticos had a decent start to it today, and with the Georgia Pool area still within touching distance of where they need to be, they are in no rush to get to where they need to be. So we'll see how this one ends up later on.
Yeah, when they rotate from South Jogopo into the circle, they should come from north to south. Yep, there you go. That's a good slight view there. It should be an easy entry for them. In fact, they should have the time to go up to the Gakka Mountain. And if they can hold that, that'll be pretty nice. I'm quite a fan of the Gakka Mountain. If any team were to go up there and becomes the first team to hold it. But of course, after that, it's all about defending it because other teams might want to take it over. But with this kind of circle, I don't expect many teams to go there. Maybe just the closest team, and that's about it.
Yeah, most likely than not, we'll just expect some of all these squads to be playing around Quarry or even Gatka fields for most part. And that is still a very wide region of play, right? For them to maneuver around the map if they need to still rotate to get to the final destination. Harami Bros so far matching up to the speed of Genesis Esports, one of the best contenders that we've gotten throughout week one. And there's definitely no signs of stopping for the Filipino squad as we've seen them running on a very, very great run ever since that they've won the PMC Philippines.
Yeah, Harami Bros. Well, yeah. So far they're doing really well, I must say. We have to consider this as well, right? Like PBE, yes, they have experience, so they're expected to be up there, right?
Mm-hmm.
GE, obviously, they have a lot of experience, expected to be up there. But for Harame Pros, for them, this is, well, they have some OG players, but for this brand name and this lineup, it is the first time for them to be playing at this stage of this tournament, and they are still able to challenge other teams. So you can imagine that with the time given to them over maybe a couple of seasons, they would potentially be able to challenge for the number one. And in fact, right now, they are also challenging for it.
Yeah, they definitely are. And they also look very feisty. Every single map, they close out rounds with, most often than not, 5 points and above. So that is already a good showing that they know how to work around some of all these early game and basically take on multiple battles throughout the course of the run. As we move towards the side of Strangers Esports, they started off day one in great fashion. And after that, we see a little bit of a dip coming in from the rest of STE. Not that they're doing bad, but they're not doing great either.
Yeah, somewhere in the middle, I guess. But for some of these teams, it's like their first showing, right, in this stage of the tournament. So it's also experience gathering for them. And who knows? Because next week we're going to reset again the points, right? So maybe they are also, to a certain extent, waiting for the points to be resetted, and then they will be able to perform well. But Skadi, oh no, punctured vehicle. Both of the back tires punctured. It's unusable now.
He's absolutely stranded, and that shot coming from Astro X as well as Skynin really lit him up real good. Wow, this is a side of Austria we really do miss. We definitely want more of that moving forward. And as the teams are starting to make advancements, we see this time the members of FRL, or should I say STE, will lose one in the early process. First blood acquired by Asia Esports.
Yeah, this is the longest wait for a first blood that we have seen so far in this tournament. It happened to be STE, but a good start for Asia Esports. First elimination, first blood given to them. Fans would definitely be anticipating the rise of Asia Esports now, since they are a team with a lot of experience and such a big brand name in the Cambodian region.
Yeah, and of course it's and a sort of expectation that is, I wouldn't say cult-like, but they are currently the biggest team in Cambodia because they have a lot of all these star-studded players that have come from Orange Esports back in the days, that have made that legendary run in the PUBG Mobile Global Open back in 2019. And that history still basically stays up till today with some of the players, especially with better names like Astro X and Co.
Oh, look at the circle, right? So it goes towards the Pachinki-ish area. So in this kind of circle, I'm a fan of the Pachinki high ground, just on the left side of the city. So let's see which team would be going there. So far, the closest one is a Harame Bros, but they're not really at the peak yet. So maybe they're taking the time just to make sure that nobody is there, so they don't need to take unnecessary fights.
Yeah, and this is the best way to go about, like, a lot of all these early fights really isn't gonna do any of these guys any justice. See you soon. Tries to actually wander around, try to bait some shots to know the exact location of Anchor PUBG. APG hoping to claim those early points, but as they try to make a move, we'll have a couple of shots connecting. Akira also committing into a battle against Mib Clan as they do take down two of their members. Easy K really holding down the line.
Potato Hill, another hot spot. Looks like it's burning now with these two teams. Ranked sprays. Now he takes a close quarters combat approach with the DBS. Drop behind the vehicle. Where's he gonna go now? Not much space to work with. Ranked getting closer and closer now with the DBS. He wants to get as close as possible, and he gets a knockdown to Shroud.
Wako, lower end, will be able to spot them all out. Devon makes a dash for his own life. That this fight has been absolutely butchered. And 2-1 Akira. They start off in such a great momentum that they've been able to acquire all these points. Devon, I mean, he still has Easy K to work around with. They are very spread out. So I don't expect them to be committing to anything at the moment. But maybe they will be able to catch on to a member or so from 2-1 Akira if they're not careful enough.
Well, even if it's not in their plan to try to take this fight, they still have to move forward. And 2-1 Akira is waiting for them. They know that they've them locked out on the outside of the zone. The blue will now put pressure on the Easy K and Devon. Devon, where is he going to go now? Not sure if he has a vehicle, but Easy K does not.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough spot to be right now for Easy K. As much as there is that little buggy hanging right there, I mean, it's not too far off. That's the only good notion that is working out for the side of Myth Clan at the moment. Whereas the rest of the field is enjoying a great scenery by the corner of the coast. This is the view from the side of Ferry Pier as Austria Esports hope to keep guard at the river bank. And I'm not sure if they're going to be hanging out for long because that circle is moving into Pochinki. And you know what? I say that this circle looks a little bit more manageable, but we might actually get ourselves an urban ending finally.
Oh, and nobody's at the Pachinki Hill now. See you soon, however, is going up there. So they do have a prime spot, I must say. APG is going to follow up. They might clash depending on which angle will they take. As See You Soon is still moving around. I noticed as well that SDE is still in the military base island. So very, very slow approach by them.
Yeah, and this is definitely going to be a little bit of a slow starter run for themselves, but eventually they will be able to make a smooth cruise with a little bit more of a clearer destination for themselves. But for the time being, we see another flip coming here from Rankid. But Baby Harry's now driving past some of all these members of GOT7. It's going to be pretty interesting to see how he's going to be able to fare against them. As we see a little bit more of a tussle going over onto the side of the hill. APG having two members down, but they are putting up a fight against SYS.
The Pachinki Hill fight here. APG, two players currently down. Inside will need to save his teammate, but at the same time, he needs to be aware of See You Soon in case they come towards him. Finishes off one, finishes off two. See You Soon only has one left.
So tough for them to actually get more out of this sort of scuffles. And just over on the bottom end, Zero trying to manage no vehicles at all, as there is a buggy right behind that building as he slowly makes a move. APG, this is the best one we've actually seen so far for today, as they accumulated 5 points altogether in the early game.
Oh yeah, 5. Wow, beautifully done and not losing anyone in the process. So great start for APG. Hopefully they'll be able to keep up the momentum. I'm still looking forward to see a Singaporean team getting their chicken dinner. Now let's move over to TTQ, who got their chicken dinner today. They have GOT7 below them.
Speaking of that, GOT7 now being shot. Amura from two different directions. What a coordinated attack coming from the side of TTQ. Edward quickly secures it. Zizzy also getting tagged. Sharp shots coming in from Edward for today. He's already got 2 and he wants more.
So yes, points to be taken. Why not? But anyway, the circle moved away. The Pachinki Hill is still within the circle now. Back onto TTQ, they found that one other member from GOT7 and they're going in for it. They're not going to let the point slip away.
We want close quarter combat by the bunkers. Oh my word, the rank hit. He managed to actually sniff him out in the direct challenge, and there's also going to be a little bit more retaliation coming out of the back. Wako trying to provide a little bit more of that cover, but Miner is there to take them down.
Nate, Wako, all right, stands up, definitely exposes himself with the footsteps to Newbie. Newbie has his own Nate. Wako tosses on the Newbie. Will be able to evade that. Newbie is still okay. Wako's all right as well. But in the process of this fight, looks like Exquisite got an early elimination, number 15. But at least they got 1 point in hand.
1 point in hand, but is it going to be enough for them throughout the course of the run? I mean, at least it's a little bit of something for Exquisite. A little bit of dip in the early game. We didn't really see too much out of them altogether, as they've always been that consistent team to be able to survive to the tail end of it. But at least they got what they needed. Meanwhile, Austria Esports struggling in this corner of the hill, as there are attacks being launched from left, right, and center. So challenging for all the teams to be able to be safe at the moment, as they are trying to make that entry into the city of Pochinki.
And Michi knocked down, finished off by WTZ. Taken off somewhere else. Playbook Esports loses another member. We have Pozo here on screen with only about 10% of health at the lower ground. The position is not good for him as the advantage is given to Raimon, who will finish off all.
Very, very strong performance that we are seeing coming in from the side of PBE. This whole gatekeeping methodology is working so well for the side of APG. Now they're the top team with 6 elimination points. We want to see more from the Singaporean side. This is the true power that they are finally displaying to the rest of the world of PBE, hoping to at least eliminate a little bit more threat coming from the side of Sky. Sky Meow needs to dodge this grenade as Ryman tries to open up a little bit more room. He sees a little bit more of a option to actually divert over onto the other part of the map as well, as he will basically give himself a little bit more of bird's eye view against their opponents. But APG, they basically can fish out for many more players to come.
Yeah, this is the value of holding on to the high ground on the hill on the side of Pachinki. They do have the geographical advantage, and it's up to them to take it right now. So far, so good. 6 elimination points already for APG. But the bigger challenge is here. PBE is incoming.
Definitely will try to get something out in return, as they've been taking the other side of control. But the problem here is the circle is nowhere to be around them. So even including APG, they will have to swiftly make a move. And I'm actually surprised that on the other side of the hill, where it's closer to Enigma, it's unoccupied. So that is definitely a one spot that can be a good way to hold out. Whereas APG now getting launched with attacks, flurry of bullets flying their way. Gus now taken down by the side of APG, while Devon finds range from Harami Bro.
PBE play the rest of the round without Minchi now. And how they're going to get into the circle. The circle moved away from them. APG still holding on strongly to the high ground. DTQ might lose one player here. Arden Boy with good elimination point. So it's going to be 8 points now for APG. Looking for more. 2 just right below them.
And they're also low in health. Insight now, confidently pushing forward, gets one down, and will be covered by Master Riggs. We have 10 frags secured from the side of Anchor PUBG.
They need to recover quickly now because PBE is coming. Mon Boy popping up that nade. Knows that someone's right in front of him. Therefore, space comes in, then he gets a knockdown to Sky Meow. That will be the first casualty for APG.
First casualty, but his basically insight here that is on fire, and nobody is stopping him for now. Still a lot of work to be done for those who are out there. But for most part, their focus is to basically move into the safe area play. But Master Riggs is still staying put, trying to seek out if there's going to be any opportunities to catch them off.
Nice off angle there by Master Riggs to knock down one member of PBE, but inside is calling out for help. He's quite far away from Master Riggs. Master Riggs is all alone at the same time the blue has arrived onto him. He only has 1 first aid, so he cannot spend too much time out here.
He's definitely trying to get into a safe spot, but it's going to be accidentally open. Mom Boy tries to take him down, but will be shot from another direction, and that will be Enigma that will deter them from approaching any further than that. Anchor PUBG in a little bit of a pickle. After farming out for so long, they are now being put into a tight spot. And I don't think that they can leave just yet because PBE is still on top of the hill. YG is going to be guarding PBE as well. This fight and these open terrains is just so tricky to manage. But Enigma is firmly set into that stage where they are going to have a lot of wiggle room. 11 points for Anchor PUBG. They go out slightly early at 10th, but they got more than enough points to book out.
Yeah, the highest elimination point so far for APG, but the long range for Raimon. Wait a second, did it just exploded the vehicle where his teammate was at? Oh no! It's a disaster now! Pop will take advantage of it. Long range spray by him.
There comes more and more of these tags coming in from the side of Coca-Cola and PBE. They're just basically shattering the hopes and dreams of PBE from moving anywhere at all. Yango Galacticos also trying to get a little bit more resources before they go ahead to get into the zone. They're just by the very edge of it. They still need to set foot forward. There is still Pop hiding right underneath. And I mean, he could basically pack some surprises, but SayCloud, he's trying to slowly wipe out the rest of Asia Esports.
And trying to secure the elimination point out of Skynin. Romeo boys on the other side, same goes for SayCloud. So it looks like Young Galacticos, they are still on the outside of the circle. They need to make that move quick. 5 more seconds before the zone closes. Young Galacticos on wheels right now. A lot of fights happening on the left side. On the right side is still pretty okay, but Romeo teasing goes down Romeo boy as well. Oh no, it's falling apart for Young Galacticos.
And all the damage was done by Pop before he bows out. God Def now eliminated alongside with Asia Esports. We now have 6 more teams on the block. Yangon Galacticos unwilling to tap out as they brute force their way into the circle. Meanwhile, fight over the top side. Myth Clan having the vow to survive. He's the only member remaining, and Harame Bro just continuously give him a little bit of a heckle. Over on the other corner, it's GE. GE has been very, very quiet, but they are basically playing for the win instead. Waiting for the rest to take each other out, and then eventually they will tend to strike. Mernat Boy now finds Miner as the rest of the Esports. Oh my word! They finally connects. Myth Clan out.
I mean, stuck in that jack with nowhere to go. That one lane into the jack will take him out. SayCloud now trying to get one out of Federales on his knees. Loki is the one to knock him down. The point not secured yet, but Young Galactico should be able to claim it.
SayCloud now stuck by the corner of the tree. Shots coming in from the side of GE as Master Ichi does finally get him from the back. And then still has a vehicle to work, but it's more shots find his way. Master Ichi now looking for Harame Bros. And it is a timely strike coming in from the side of Genesis now, farming up to 4 points. Harame Bro overwhelmed by the firepower of Genesis Esports. They managed to pick on 5 players throughout the course of the run, down towards the top tree. To me, what's most impressive is Yangon Galactica's defense on how they've managed throughout the course of the battle, taking on so many teams. But now the biggest challenge remains. These 2 teams in purple will need to fight the red and blacks of GE.
Yeah, GE now top 3 so far. And they do have elevation here against Young Galactico. Spray coming in from Myrna, trying to take down Loki, but can't find a good angle. And anyway, we are still at stage 6, so we are stage 7 circle to anticipate. Koopa knocked down. Enigma will need to pick him up.
The calm before the storm, as the teams are vying for prime position. GE is going to be the one controlling the highest elevated areas of play. Meanwhile, Enigma is taking the opposite end from another side of the hill. So the one with the shorter end of the stick right now is going to be Yangon Galacticos, which is where they are planted. Over onto close to the center, but not exactly in the best of spots. But there is a restock coming with level 3 gears. This might be vital for them for survival.
Ooh.
And Enigma having one caught out. Romeo Boy sniffs out the member of Enigma, leaving them with only 2 remaining.
Wow, sharp
Grenades
shooting
now
there.
dropped in, and it's definitely beautiful. He's going to go in for that revive, making sure that they still have 3 members strong. Enigma was looking to reset S3 as well. And yet again, nobody's contesting against GE. The drive-by coming in, and immediately catching him off. Swift work from Romeo Boy yet again.
Oh, there you go, Romeo Boy. Like what you said, again and again and again, this guy has been showing up. From that long-range shot to this close quarters combat, he managed to defend his area so far, so good. But we still got Genesis Esports, only team with the full squad at the moment. They're making their advancement right now. Mernat Boy spraying onto the side of Loki in a pickle. The smallish should flush him out.
He might be able to dodge it though. It's not going to be deterring the side of cute Loki to trade right back. He finds Mernat Boy. Now this is entirely doable for them to challenge GE as they are very far spread out. Grenades now locked in towards the side of Mernat Boy, hoping to actually connect the rest of GE. Now driving by, trying to reposition and take more control there, just by the edge of the circle, as they could not really find too much of all these Yangon Galacticos members. This final battle getting more and more intense as Enigma down to only one, going for a little bit of that reset if they can. Master Ichi beating them at bay, finds that angle against Romeo Boy. Can he actually get 2 shots?
Yo!
And he does land it! Enigma taken out, but YG is also battered and bruised. This is the perfect time to strike. Might just be the back-to-back chicken dinner for GE.
Okay, hold your horses here, ladies and gentlemen. Anything can happen. Loki spotted out. Loki now pretty low. He managed to get the knockdown first on the Manat. Loki still defending his ground, but ran over by Samal. The IGL. One more to go. On the advance WTC and Genesis Esports. Again and again and again and again and again and again and again.
Back-to-back chicken dinner for Genesis Esports for Myanmar. They're Burmese Titans of the PMCL.
My
What
goodness.
more is there to say about these guys? And with the addition of Humes, you can see they just feel so confident in this. Yeah, flash all the jerseys you want and maybe later pass it to me because I want to flash it too.
Oh man, well, what can I say, right? I mean, it's hard to deny the level of performance that they have right now. So, despite them not shattering their own elimination record, but they are now holding and extending the most chicken dinners collected by a team 4 right now in this tournament.
You know what? I wish there's more slots for the PMCL to go to the PMGO because you gotta give the other guys a chance because I want GE to be up there playing with the best of the best, right? Because they definitely proved that this contest is not gonna be fair for the rest.
I wrote a story at the end of last year on my social media saying how much GE has risen throughout the entire year from the start where they made big changes onto the team and to what they were at the end of last year at the PMGC. And right now, it doesn't look like they're slowing down. I mean, for a team that has been operating for such a long time, they are still able to put out such a performance. This is just beyond wow.
Yeah, and it goes to show that the only way is forward. So with that in mind, as much as there was a lot of limelight on the back-to-back chicken dinner winners, we have to also give respect to the Singaporean squad of Anchor PUBG Esports, of course, based in Cambodia, where we saw Insight really putting on a show, holding down the line through the top end of the hill to get 6 elimination and 1,101 damage dished out. And that basically secures about 10 or 11 points for APG before the round closes.
Yes, finally we see a Singaporean representative up here. So congratulations to Inside. He has always shown up in our camera scene, always becoming the face of APG, at least in a lot of these fights. Great to see him up there as the MVP. But for Genesis Esports, 8 eliminations, not the highest. They've gotten a lot more before this, but it's okay. Still a back-to-back chicken dinner. 18 points collected in this round by none other than Genesis Esports, the pride of Myanmar.
That's right, and it's very interesting when you compare these two stats, right? Like, both have 8 eliminations, the MVP as well as the champion team of this round overall. So Insight, if you give him more space, you give him more room to basically play as well as fight in these spaces, you will see the rest of APG go back to their glory days, and this is just basically the start of it all. So let's basically tabulate the data, and then we'll see how far does APG climb with this round.
Yeah, you know what, Contra? At some point, I will not have enough things to say about GE anymore.
Yeah.
If they continue on like that, you know. So maybe APG, maybe GE, you know, opens up some space to some other teams. You know, just saying.
Yeah, I think like eventually when they win, it's like we're just gonna stay mum for a little bit and let all the fans enjoy their victory, right? Because they've been winning so much. But you know what's interesting about these stats is that there's a lot of artillery that has been utilized to full effect, especially 5 airdrops, the highest record so far for this round, and this is also one of the faster rounds inside of Erangel because it only lasted for 26 minutes, and a lot sharper in terms of the shots. Is a lot of headshots do connect.
Yeah, it is. It is about like stage 6 or 7, and we ended the round. Let's look at the scores here. Young Galacticos having the same number of points because of 12 eliminations collected in this round. But of course, the chicken dinner goes to GE, so that's why they are at number 1. Followed by APG. Wow, this is the best performance so far. No rank points. That's okay. They still got 11 out of the eliminations.
And that is absolutely of importance because that gives them the lifeline to basically move into a closer region of the top 16. While the rest of the squads are definitely getting some high number averages, every team has been able to walk away with those points except for FBE, but we did see those early battles that did not really put them into a good position by the end of it, but they really, once again, put up a fight before going down. That's what we want to see from Flash Vision, but they got to start collecting those points though.
Yeah, I also want to point out that so far all the chicken dinners have been taken by a Myanmar team. So,
wow.
Yeah, even the first 2 games as well. So far Myanmar is on the roll today, alright? Let's see if they can wrap things up with the last 2 games. But before we go on to that, the overall standings, GE with the chicken dinner again opens up the gap with Harame Bros. That's a 27-point gap, and also they're the first team to achieve 100 elimination points.
100, the perfect score. I think it's intended, right? Like, they've already set so many records, and now here's another one. Back-to-back chicken dinner, and the first team to score that triple-digit mark of eliminations and 69 ranked points. So that's within the span of 12 matches. Some of them have played 14 games so far. Where if we look into the other side of the table as well, Asha has been having that steady climb there within that touching distance of 16, because that's 1 point away between them as well as GOT7. And we see APG currently chasing onto FRL.
I also want to point out that GE has only played 12 games. So they have 2 games in hand against Harame Pros. So you can imagine that I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't say that by the end of the day they would get like more than 200 points. But by tomorrow, the 200 points is doable for GE.
Yeah, I want to make a fun prediction game for you, right? Like, by the end of the weekend, how many total points do you think that GE can achieve? Do you think that it can be okay? I just want to hear the numbers from you first.
I would give a range of I would give it close to 300.
300.
Yeah.
I would also say 300 is so doable for GE if they keep up with this pace. So I definitely want to see if that will come true. But of course, we still have Harame Bros, PBE, and so many more names that is looking to stop the currently unstoppable team of GE. So with that said, we'll take a short break. And then when we come back, we'll move into Miramar. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMCL Southeast Asia. Once again, it's Sir Cloud here as well as Contra to accompany you throughout the course of the run for some of the best across Southeast Asia in the PUBG Mobile Esports world to contend for that slot for the PMGO.
Yes, and also, of course, the championship for the first ever PMCL Southeast Asia. And we just came off a double chicken dinner by none other than Genesis Esports. Not breaking the record of most eliminations in the single round, but they are extending their record as the team that holds the most chicken dinners so far in this tournament.
Yeah, and I think that they're definitely breaking a lot of ankles as well as back for those who are contesting against them. But, you know, now that we're moving into a different map, maybe this might be able to break the streak of GE, or could it be another win for the squad that has been so dominant for the past couple of days? We'll definitely have to see how the rest of them will fare, because in Miramar, it's a little bit more unpredictable on how the teams will be able to cope with the high pressure situations of the map. So with that said, we'll have a different grouping to be playing inside of Miramar. We'll welcome back the other group once again. So let's have a look at who's going to be playing in this group.
Yes, it will be A, B, C, D that we're playing. So Group E, Harame Bros, Osja Esports, Exquisite Esports, and 214 Akira will be taking a break this time around. And of course, GE will still be playing. For the record, GE has yet to score a chicken dinner inside of Miramar. So could this be the map that they are, I wouldn't say uncomfortable, because they had a very good run yesterday with West. But maybe this is the map that is the boo-boo map for them.
The boo-boo map? Well, maybe, just maybe. Or they're just, trying to test the waters for a little bit on how they measure up. But most often than not, when we move into Miramar, we see a lot of circles moving into the southern side, which is not really the most favorable if you are a team that starts off from St. Martin, because that's a little bit of traveling to do in order to not only book a prime spot to battle, but also when it comes down to team fights, you may not have that perfect setting in the early game to do so. But then again, for GE, I think like even despite them despite them having no chicken dinners here, they definitely had a lot of showings where they had been able to make it into the top 5 for plenty of times as well.
But if we go to the other end of the chart, then we have the two Singaporean teams, APG and also Flash Vision. APG had a good run in the previous round with 11 eliminations despite no placement points, but because they secured the high ground of Pachinki, so that is where they got the advantage of farming eliminations with that prime position. Of course, we're going to move on to a new map after this, so they cannot repeat that same position even if they want to. But I still really want to see APG and Flash Vision getting a chicken dinner for themselves. But what else I really want to see is you guys getting this new set, which is the Dragon Emperor and Dragon Empress set.
That's right. It definitely offers you the new upgradable firearm Drek Rain MK14 that have just arrived, and you could also basically flash with the loot crate elimination broadcast and on-hit effects that can await you. So don't miss out on this Dragon Emperor set that will only last till the 9th of March, which is really, really soon. So make sure you get your hands on it.
Yeah, first draw is only at 10 UC. We're going to give you this reminder every day until all of you have at least did your first draw. Or if not doing your first draw, get the entire set, right? MK14 upgrade, loot crate, elimination broadcast, and on-hit effect is waiting for you guys. So if you don't do it, we're going to remind you until you do it, all right? Again, it is limited until 9th of March.
That's right, folks, and this is not the only offering that's currently available. There's also other stuff that you guys can check out within the game as well. So of course, there is so many of all these current happenings all across. If you don't like that, because Chinese New Year is over, you have options like the Serpent Gleam set, which is also a brand new set that is also a limited time offering, which you could draw from the store.
Yes, so get it right now while it's still in the game. And speaking about in the game, now that Harame Bose is not playing, so the gap can be widened even further. That's number one. And of course, let's not forget that the number one team right now has 2 games in hand, so they can make it even further.
Yeah.
But on the other end, I mean, I talked about the Singaporean teams. I really want to see them getting a chicken dinner, at least one of them representing the Singaporean region to get it. But other than that, Austria Esports still haven't really found the best footing that they are able to give yet. So I'm looking forward to seeing their performance as well.
Well, overall for APG, they did manage to at least get pretty much a top 3 result with those amount of elimination points that they've acquired. So I think this is definitely ramping rhythm for most part for not only APG but also FV. FV, sure, the results haven't speak for itself just yet, but the battles look more and more convincing. That I give it to them. It's just that it's just a little bit more adjustment before they get themselves comfortable to take on those fights.
Yeah, and a lot of teams in the middle pack as well. I mean, teams like a TTQ, they got a chicken dinner today, so looking good. It's all about consistency. I'm also looking forward to see good performance by Myth Clan. They got a chicken dinner before, but it's a bumpy road for them. It's been a bumpy performance, and because of that, they are not able to really show their true potential in the overall charts just yet. Especially for a team that has a decent amount of experience in it, I'm sure some of the fans are also expecting them to do well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we all have really high hopes for all the teams out there. And I guess in certain competitions that you don't always draw the best of cards in hand to be dealt with. So now it might look uncomfortable, but hey, preparing for the weekend, I think like that's where a lot of teams will be really piling on the pressure against the top teams with the mindset of having nothing to lose.
Yep, so we're going to begin our Miramar match really, really soon. If we look at yesterday's game, in Miramar, Harami Bros got the chicken dinner, but then again, they're not playing this time. But the other team that got the chicken dinner yesterday in Miramar as well is Exquisite, and they are also not playing. So the 2 teams that got the chicken dinner yesterday in this map are not playing. So based on the data, it is up for grabs for all the other teams now.
Yeah, and it becomes pretty much open grounds for anyone to claim, and they still have a couple more concerns moving into the final few rounds, right? Because they still got GE, which is a monster to be dealt with, but there is at least a sleeping titan in the form of Harame Bros that is not going to be in this map, where we have seen quite a number of successes for them inside of Miramar. So with that said, we're going to be moving into our first Miramar of the night, ladies and gentlemen. The PUBG Mobile Challengers circuit so far looking to be very, very tight of a race in the PMCL League. So let's kickstart this flight here from the corners of Los Higos all the way to Campo Militar. Now, I really do like the open spacing that they do get from this trajectory of the flight, because now everybody gets to be at any point on the map that they want.
Yeah, so I guess teams can choose to avoid like early fights. So let's see here where they choose to drop. That is going to be one of the biggest factors. But other than that, I haven't seen an Impala Circle for quite a while. I'm a fan of Impala Circle when it comes to the Miramar map. So hopefully we'll be able to get to see that, and if not this round, then the following round. But while we wait for the circle, anticipate early fights if it does happen. Chumacera, maybe. I'm looking at God7 and see you soon still there.
Yeah, and most likely these battle for the home ground to be acquired will take quite a while to be settled in terms of the scores. So God7, they are definitely happy to go duke it all out yet again. Still not an easy feat, but This time, we are getting a little bit more of a different site as the circle might bring them to La Cobreria or even El Pozo. So, a little bit more of a challenge for those that are way down further in the south side.
Ooh, this circle. High grounds of Creative Field. The hilltop will be very nice for teams. So I expect like a couple of teams to occupy that space there. If it's not there, then inside of El Pozo itself. Or if not, maybe around the area of Creative Field, but I'm not really a fan of that. I think that's too rough to play. So I would say the high grounds or the mountains of Creative Field, that would be great. That'll be the first choice. I would expect like a good number of teams to try to challenge for that spot.
Yeah, I would expect the same as well because there's so many elevated areas that can give them a lot of benefit for them to basically play around those regions. Meanwhile, of course, we move over to the side of TTQ in the corner of Los Leones. It's a vast city in which they could still take ample time to, pick apart each other. But they do not really want to waste too much of the resources way too soon because this is very far away from where they need to be.
Oh! Got a little bit of help there. Easy K. Wow. He has to buy dinner for his teammates for saving him in that situation because if he was knocked there, it's a almost definite elimination for him.
Yeah, it was in a really, really peculiar spot. KH now trying to find a little bit of a way to save his fallen member. This Easy K now pushes upwards. Liquid is just hanging by, so he would expect that there's going to be a little bit more retaliation. Speaking of which, he smartly cuts over on the back and will eventually be getting a little bit more of that spacing. So good work on him to be able to navigate away from danger.
We don't always get to see like early fights inside of Lost Learners just because of how big this place is, and it's big enough for two teams. But this time, looks like we're gonna see it. And Liquid, yeah, no way for him to be safe. Oh, wait a second, that's a plunger there. Okay, never mind about that. I would have liked to see the plunger elimination, but okay, it's all right.
Now it will be a full-fledged battle commencing between the entire squad of both Myth Clan as well as TTQ. But inside the city, there's just too many walls for them to navigate across to be safe. So it's no hindrance to those who have already gotten a little bit more of that wiggle room. So that will be a little bit more of a respectable space that they will acquire for themselves.
The monsters, Genesis Esports, no one to challenge them inside of San Martin. So it's going to be a straightforward rotation for them, I believe. They should rotate straight into the circle because it's just right next to them. And if they do have the opportunity to go up to the high grounds or the mountains of Crater Fields, maybe. And it all depends on the timing, right? But if we base on like the flight path, if I were them, I would anticipate that based on the rotation and where they normally drop, they should have one of the quicker access to the prime position by Crater Fields.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that because the current position definitely does allow them to do so. YG, they make quick work of this, making sure that they are kind of in between the two prime areas, so they don't really have to put themselves too much at risk at the same time. We're going to look at the rest of Anchor PUBG has been keeping themselves pretty safe. I believe that to be the outskirts of Monte Nivo. There's not too much of an action coming into that early game other than, Myth securing that 1 point in Los Leones. So there's definitely a lot of room for the teams to still go for loots and eventually move into the direction of Circle, because in the first phase of Miramar, it's always going to take quite a while as we still got 2 more minutes before Stage 2 appears.
Yeah, we spoke about the high ground or the mountains of Crater Field, and we got STE up there already. So, as what we expected, there will be an occupant there. SEA, they dropped around that area, so quicker access for them. Great that they're up there, but they need to be prepared in case they're challenged. But if you talk about challenging for the high ground, if there's already a team, it's not easy to challenge that because you have to hike all the way up to even land a shot.
Yeah, it is gonna take a while to get there. Flash Vision Esports today really taking on everyone that they see. Hopefully they don't bite off too much more than they can chew this time around, as we're going to be seeing a lot of room to play out for them to really play long range. And this is why I like the northern region of the Miramar map, right? Like, you have a lot of elevated fields of play, and it really shows the mechanical plays of each respective player on how well they can basically manage long range fights, as well as to keep themselves safe from those form of distances, and who actually can shoot with that pinpoint accuracy.
I just want to point out that Papa J is still in the lineup, so he's playing Miramar this time. Yesterday, I believe he did not. Shakir is taking a break, so a substitution there by Flash Vision Esports. Hopefully, that will change the course of their performance and able to do well this time around.
Hopefully so, as we are looking at perhaps being fired on the side of SDE. Strangers Esports trying to avoid all these bullets coming in from the side of Yangon Galacticos. And at the meantime, there are still a lot of all these playable vehicles that they could basically pick up from if one burns out. But if they've already climbed up there, good luck getting down from that high hill.
Ooh, Circle goes up to La Cobera. Oh, man. The high grounds of the creative fields. Okay, STE still by the edge of it, so it's still some space for them to play. But this is going to be a very interesting circle, right? So the rotation that teams might be forced to make is going to go up north and get into the circle, just to try to avoid all the other teams rather than try to access it from the south side.
Yeah, very interesting enough, as a lot of all these teams are hoping for a pickoff by the highway. This valley does provide so much room to do so, but it seems like some of the teams have been able to at least move to the areas of the sunset rather safely. Well, I say sunset, the sun actually never sets in Miramar, if we notice.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Right, there was an event before that that the players, well, of course that's like casual play, right? That the players whoever played that event plays in the nighttime. Yeah, I remember
Oh.
that. And then there was like a night vision goggles that you can use, or if you choose not to use, of course. That was quite a fun event, if you ask me. And if that returns, I think that would be pretty nice. And it would be even better if it's included in the esports mode.
Yeah, honestly, I would love to see that being included to give the players a little bit more of a tougher challenge. Because, I mean, I've heard some conversations coming in from certain pro players that have played many, many years, right? They say, like, we need something new. We need something fresh that can keep us on our toes. And, you know, either you introduce something new into the map, or you just basically give us some new map in particular if there's nothing more to be added. But that definitely has to be waited upon, because for now we'll just enjoy what we do have for the time being, because the map itself is already good enough for now. But Enigma, they are basically launching attacks against the side of FRL, dropping one down as they're all tanking the zone. They gotta make sure that they continue to be on the move, or else they will lose a lot of position. So they just let the rest of FRL to deal with the casualties.
Iras, nice shot there onto Ngapekau from God7. They've secured the first point in this round. And Flash Vision not only getting the point, they will get themselves in the circle as well.
Very beautiful work from the squad. Now we're gonna see whether or not can they basically capitalize even more. The quarter still launching an attack towards the side of Flash Vision, so it's not really them on the clear just yet. Meanwhile, we do have an updated circle that will move a lot of all these teams into the city, all the way to La Croberia. A little bit of the outskirts of Oasis is also being covered up. Oh, that's one of the areas that I wish to see to be the end point, because there is some really tough hills for them to play with.
Yeah, the last time I saw the circle in Oasis, that was back in 2020, if I'm not mistaken. It's a very rare circle to go up there, at least in an official tournament, of course. So yeah, if it goes up there, I'll be looking forward to it. But Papa J not looking forward to the tap coming from the top. One more onto it, and he should be knocked. There you go, on his knees, out in the open, nowhere to be safe.
Yeah, so difficult for them. Flash Vision yet again bows out. This time taking 1 point for themselves. This is within the rotations, as stage 3 will see a lot more players already within the zone. So better luck heading into the next round for them, I believe. As we are focusing on the teams that are still intact. Got 7 now. Have already picked one off on the side of mid clan. Slowly bleeding out without any form of a rescue, I do believe. It's a little bit out of reach, while Amura has a broken vehicle in front of him. KS now spotted out by Shroud. I think he just have to basically take on this final stand, as there's really not much that he can basically work with so early in this round.
Oh, caught out in the blue still. But needs to win the fight against a Myth Clan. Shroud just right below Amura. Amura knows where he is. Davan! Gotta be careful there. Vehicle smoking up. He has to take this fight against Enigma all alone. Vehicle blown up. Davan last stick of help now. How is he gonna do this? One spray on him, one tap on him, and he is out. And he will be down now.
Only one player left for each of them, and this is where the quarter still chimes in. Boss Koopa keeping them all within the lower region, as they are just gatekeeping the squads from entering the city, as they took the high hills just by the edge of the craters. They just get this bird's eye vision upon so many of all these players. The quarter might be able to go in for the reset as that knockout, but Newbies will basically end save, so he won't be rescued at all. Yumzai.
Look at this, GE playing the gatekeeping role against against the quarter. So it's going to be quite difficult for them to get in. Circle time. Let's see where we go. A lot of teams already in it. But we have a good amount of teams on the outside as well. Circle shifts to the right, and Genesis Esports is in, so they can continue to block out TTQ.
Oh boy, certain teams have been baited to move directly into the city, and that is going to be one of the worst spots possible, because whoever's already in the zone will be focusing on who exits that city. So MFG is not really in the best spot possible, even though there is a little bit of safe wiggle room. Esports will have struggles moving into the inner circle as well, with 2 teams already locking them out completely. YG still keeping their eyes set. Drop 7 driving by, and there will be a shot coming from where? FRL on the other corner. It's Ranzer that will knock him down. Same goes to Romeo Boy. Oh my days. Pozo, so sharp. YG now being deterred, so I guess that is going to be an opening space for FRL to drive right in, if they do have a vehicle, that is. So the problem is they don't.
Yeah, it's a tough position for Harry to be in. Not sure how long he can survive in that sort of situation. But we move over to the right side of the circle. We got Zai here coming in with the close quarters combat against TTQ. Zuki in the shack. Nate cooked up. Also to Gus. Gus shoots. Gus scores.
Very swift measures coming in from Gus. I love how he is so confidently taking that trade, even despite Zuki, being by the edges. So that is going to be a member down from the side of GE. Fearless Esports. No vehicles in Miramar is a death sentence, so they will not proceed any further. Meanwhile, Smile having problems of his own. The champions of Erangel will not be having a good time here in Miramar, as every other spot has got eagle eye set. And look at Ryman. He is in the best area of play to seek out everybody else.
Wow, I love Ryman's position. Man, look at this. He's even locking out TTQ now. The two members of TTQ still have part of the circle to play with, but very likely the next stage will not be their part of the circle.
Yeah, very, very challenging for them. Enigma, though, just squeezing by. We'll see whether or not can see you soon hold them out completely. John on the watch. Of course, they do have Zero trying to also hold him down as well. Now here comes the trade between Enigma as well as SYS. Caps Luck. Trying to push through. He gets a little bit of a glimpse as they really want to take out John, but it's going to be a little Tiff that will be knocked out instead with a huge frag that drops right in. Enigma now having Caps Luck tagged out. Lulu Tiff is still crawling by. John, how much more can he actually get from this angle? He might need to actually chime in the close range. Kupa now dropping in a little Molotov, but will be pushed instead. He will have to reposition. Enigma now forced to basically pull through, but he does find one, and he will eliminate the rest of See You Soon Tiger KE.
Oh, Enigma, 5 eliminations already, and they can still pick up Coca-Cola. Myth Clan eliminated as well. Harry was the last player, and we sort of expected that because of the tough position that he was in. Now, Circle, as what we also expected, the two members of TTQ do not have it.
Yeah. TTQ, I think they have had such a rough run coming in from that part of the map through the creative fields. A little bit of attention being drawn right in, but Enigma, as soon as they conclude the battle, they will find a little bit more of that spacing to move in from the south side. North Point, though, we are seeing some snipes coming from the Mini 14. Let's say Cloud does land a hit shot onto Zizak. To add that to the charts later on, but it's not going to be a knockout just yet. Say Cloud 66. Still looking for that trade through this small shack, but Zizak is also hoping to actually pick him off as well. Let's see if that's going to be any form of a golden opportunity for them as the rest of YG. So far, retaining all 4 members. A very solid run here for the Burmese team. Meanwhile, the Filipinos of Enigma have been accumulating points throughout their run. After that solid win against SYS, they are firmly over the top of the hill. But TTQ is having a smoked up vehicle. Very dangerous for them to drive any further, but they are planted close towards the center. There's going to be a few more teams that will be on these hills. So we'll see how this pans out as they will eventually fight off with the rest of TTQ.
Ooh, that nade almost landed onto the face of Jaro, but they gave him the information that somebody is across him. And because of how tough this terrain is, it's going to be hard for him to spot out whoever or how many are there. So he has to play this very, very patiently. Anyway, for Justice Esports, they are now in the middle of the circle despite having 2 players left. So let's see how long they can hold on to their prime position.
Strangers Esports just hoping to play this one out a little bit more defensively before they make their advancement out of the city of La Cabrera, because a lot of all these focus are still onto the city. Meanwhile, GE, they lost a little bit too much in the early game with the members only getting themselves 1 point for now. At least they do have a free real estate that they can basically hold out for the time being, which is still within the grasp of the zone. Might be able to accumulate those points from the city of La Cabrera if they could basically spot some of these guys out. Well, Fern, he's been chilling, though it's rather hot in Miramar. Meanwhile, in Southeast Asia, I'm not too sure about the rest of the region, but it's been raining, so it's a little bit of a cool down period here in Stage 5.
Yeah, it's going to be a chill moment for now. Like what you always say, calm before the storm. 8 seconds, and we'll see a lot more fights happening. Everyone's still holding the ground, anticipating the next phase of the circle. But speaking about the circle, we'll find out where it goes now. Goes into the middle. GES there. A lot of teams within the circle still, but there's some teams on the outside. IE Sports, STE, and TQ with Feng being the last man.
I'm not too sure how long can GE hold out to that spot because now the spotlight is on them being directly in the center. And you see how many teams are also vying to take over that region play. And once they are overwhelmed, they could very well be eliminated because they don't have the numbers to book out. But from that distance, they can still basically go for trades. Speaking of trades, there will be a grenade that does clip onto inside. The MVP of Erangel now on the ground with no members of APG to help out. But Esports, they have plan of their own as well, taking on the rest of MFG. Jipna on the other corner trying to stay afloat, while QB will find the final member of the quarter as TQ walks away with 4 points in this match.
And nade after nade been tossed out by Esports, but not able to get the knockdown instead. Trust me, he's currently on his knees. MFG still holding on to their fortress, their compound, trying to block out Esports. Not much space for them to rotate to another area because of how small the circle is at this moment. Unknown, putting pressure, spraying on the area where Esports is at. Trust me, being picked up by Master Bib. The vehicle blown up, so now how are they going to get in? They will be on foot.
Great damage being done from the side of Unknown, really suppressing the likes of Esports from moving anywhere at all. They still have this buggy to work with. That's the only saving grace for them if they really want to propel forward. One of their members have also been knocked down, and that's going to be Zizak from the other part of the map. Somehow, Stranger Esports have been keeping themselves very safe, but they will have to go against Anchor PUBG by hook or by crook. Same goes to YG, holding by the edge of the city. Still so many room to play out here in Stage 6, to my surprise that we are actually seeing 28 players still remaining intact with 9 teams heading into this late stage.
And this stage is going to be chaotic, I can tell you that. 9 more teams and we're at stage 6. The only thing stopping them from taking fights straight on is how rough the terrains are in this area. That's all. But as the circle shifts, it will force the ball to move, and that's where it will be absolutely chaotic. Now, putting focus onto the left side of the circle, we got 3 teams locked in with each other. But as long as they still have the circle, it will still be a standoff.
Yep, but for now, it's a Mexican standoff, I guess. No direct challenge whatsoever. Only long-range traits. As we are looking at the closest battle to be from the side of TTQ as well as Enigma. MFG so far doing a splendid job with those 6 points acquired as well. Whereas a lot of all the other teams are really struggling by the edges there. PBE haven't really shown themselves too much across the feed, but they do have a solid chance with those 4 members remaining. All they really have to play for is play for position, as they are looking to infiltrate from the backs of TTQ, with that update really pushing directly towards the center yet again. It's kind of straightforward for those that are already inside, but for those who are from La Cabrera City, as well as for MFG up the north, this is where they need to find ways to get right in.
Oh man, it's going to be bloody here from the city. APG is there as well. By the rim of the circle. While we look at the right side of the circle, now we got Playbook Esports and TTQ, who somehow managed to slide into the circle still. Zuki is the one that's still alive, the final member of TTQ in this round. Raimon, someone knows where he is, which is within the circle. For PBE to go in, they might need to go through Zuki.
Playbook Esports will try to seek a way out of this, but there's a couple of warning grenades being tossed towards their side. This might just actually be coming in from the likes of Suki. He's just lurking right underneath, and I think Raimon doesn't really have too much of a clue. Here comes the invade coming from Stranger Esports, trying to flush out the rest of Anchor PUBG. This is the only way that they can basically cut across, as APG need to put off a stellar performance in order to keep them all from getting any more footsteps into the building.
Great Esports, as long as they've lasted, unfortunately not able to pick up a single point, including placement points. Now look at the elimination feed, is starting to run right now. Mewtwo taken up on his own, same goes with Yatka. MFG falling apart, 762, calling up for help. Scotty is there, but Scotty, does he have the time to pick up his teammate? He's busy with his own agenda against young Lugano.
And Galacticos walking on foot right out in the open. Will be picked off by the side of APG. And Scotty's going to steal that point away, despite all the effort coming from the side of Anchor PUBG. And TTQ, despite having a little bit of breathing space, they will be taken out. MMG, they had a full squad, but they have been shredded only down to 1, while YG continues on the onslaught, trying to push up the kills. Trying to seek something out inside of smoke, but there's not going to be anybody up there. GE holding onto the hill as if they have 4 members intact. A lot of respect being shown by all these teams against them. Right from the back, there is going to be STE flowing down. Addict Boy from the side of APG. STE, they're just going to crumple them apart with only 1 member left on the side of APG. Still hanging tight by the building.
Oh, Newbie on his knees. SayCloud down as well. Looks like a trade here. Now the circle. We're at stage 8 now. Can you believe it? Stage 8, but 7 teams. It is going to be a massacre here. Master Rick's going up his own nade, but he does not use it. 1 shot, another shot, but he loses the fight. The final fight. Oh, there was a close one there, even for Scotty.
He missed 1 bullet and it was costly. Scotty managed to dance his way out of that battle. It could have actually been Anchor PUBG's one to take, but it is all settled and done for that compound as we move on to the rest of the battle of stage 8. 40 seconds on the clock for them to work with. Oh, a leap of faith coming in from the side of Enigma. Instantly picked off by Southern that boy. With 2 members, you look at Itchy. Itchy secures 4 for the team.
Wow, okay. Yesterday we had West. Today we have Ichi and Myrna. West is taking a break. And looks like GE is still not slowing down despite having 2 players at the stage.
Master Ichi, he's got that perfect view from this window. I mean, there's no birds in the sky, but there is a chicken dinner to be rewarded if they can basically hold out. So far, tossing a grenade, YG over on this corner of the ditch where they need to just play for a little bit of cover and then now play for that chicken dinner. Stage 9, ladies and gentlemen, with 4 teams remaining. And it is going to be an absolute pandemonium. PBE taking control of the top end of the hill.
Oh, this is going to be insane now. SayCloud gets a knockdown of the newbie. Michi takes the high ground. Yes, view of where Young Galacticos is at. Loki comes to the building where Ichi is at. Ichi is alone. They're spreading out right now. At this moment, we can see Young Galacticos still finding an opening to get in further.
YG, very respectful towards the team that are inbound. They don't want to take that risk, and that team definitely is going to be giving them a firepower of a lifetime. GE holding out while Jaro spots out Yangon Galacticos. And this is the problem, because Jaro's been looking over the top, so there's nowhere safe for Yangon to cut right in. But the only decision for Loki is to move into the compound, and he will spot Midnight Boy. Oh no! He was proning. He could not fight back.
Oh, that is it for Myrna. Now it's only 1 player left. Ichi spotted out by Playbook Esports Jaro. And they will take it out right now with the high ground that Playbook Esports had. It's going to be hard for teams to take them down. They have a good vantage points again. The Young Galacticos, this could be the round for Playbook Esports. Only 1 more to go. They need to find out where Romeo Boy is at. And they will finish him off. This is it. Playbook Esports. They will break the streak of the Myanmar teams.
Playbook Esports from the Philippines will rise to the top here with Ryman, Michi, Jaro, as well as Monboy doing such a beautiful work here in sunny Miramar and reap all the rewards by the end of it all. Such a tough circle to play out, but they have managed to conquer and hold out to the top end of the field. They were very patient when they were playing in this map, and they only make those advancements later onto stage 5 onwards, and you see how much they've been able to get by the tail end of the run. And we look at the other teams as well. Yangon Galacticos absolutely pincer from all directions, which is why it's so difficult when the circle shifts out of the city of La Cabrera. And from that point onwards, I think second place is more than good enough for them. And same would be said about GE. Despite, playing with 2 members, they managed to get a top 3 position.
And also a couple of elimination points along the way, ladies and gentlemen. But the highlight has to be given to Playbook Esports in this round with 7 eliminations collected. So that's a total of 17 points for Playbook Esports, a team from the Philippines who becomes the first team to break the streak of the Myanmar teams who have gotten 4 chicken dinners before this.
The Von will definitely put off quite the fight before bowing out with Myth Clan. Also seeing a lot of struggles in the early game. We've seen them doing very, very well back in a couple of rounds of Miramar before, but today's not really that day here in Miramar. There's still one more map to go. We'll see whether they're going to be playing that one out. But I like what I get so far for today. All these circles that are very rare to get, and everything is being offered on the table here in the PMCL.
Yeah, from the Sanhok circle to this circle, yeah, we got rare circles today, so I'm enjoying the circles. But Romeo Boy is enjoying his outing as well as the MVP in this round. 3 eliminations, and the reason why he got the MVP is because of the total amount of damage dished out by him. That is 910.
Yep, and I believe that there's a lot more that they will display to us throughout the course of these weeks to come. And Romeo Boy, if you give him enough spacing, he will do wonders for the team. So far, 6 knockouts in that rowdy round inside Miramar is quite a hefty amount. And also, I want to highlight that other than YG, I think like another team that did impress me once again, APG today, definitely on the rise, where they did manage to hold for very long here inside the Miramar. But YG definitely takes the cake for all the damage done by an individual. Now going into the winning team stats, let's take a look at what they've been able to acquire by the end of the run.
Yeah,
that's the 1600 damage from the side of Playbook Esports.
And that's and also 6 total knockouts and 5 total assists. So obviously the team that lasted the longest, they did not drop a single member, a single point to any of the other teams. And how they got it towards the end was a full squad, and that high ground vantage point overlooking all the other teams. It was hard for them to drop the ball towards the end.
Yeah, and it really is a total domination by the end of stage 9, but it was so hard to tell who was going to be winning those trades because we have so many teams that have survived all the way to stage 8 as the more area that they've been able to control. Playbook Esports have been able to calculate their odds and close this one in a convincing fashion.
And talking about what's going to be important is going to be after this. We'll look at the overall stats for this round. 54 total eliminations. The circle that hard shifted all the way up north looks like it took 10 out of the 10 players out of this round. Taken out by the Blues just like that. That is arguably the highest so far.
Yeah, so many casualties by the play zone, but we can understand why, because some of them have lost their vehicles and were forced to go on foot. So it is really, really challenging when you see the treacherous terrains that they have to pass through. When you basically go on foot, like I said before in this match, it's basically death sentence. There's not much that can be done out there. So making sure that they not only keep themselves safe throughout the course of the run, but also to make sure that their vehicles remain intact to get to their final destination is of utmost importance. So now we get ourselves the match standings, with the big winners being PBE with the chicken dinner with 17 points, 14 for both Stranger Esports as well as Yangon Galacticos. And I was really surprised that STE has been able to achieve so much here in this round, while GE, with only 2 members, they bring back home 10 points.
Yeah, and of course we got Enigma here with 9 points, MFG 8 points, APG, TQ 4 points apiece, TTQ got 2 points, Myth Clan, Flash Vision Esports 1 point. We got 4 teams who were not able to pick up any points in this round. That's going to be Dread, Esports, See You Soon, and FRL. So 1 more round to go for today for these teams to make up to whatever they've lost in this round.
Yeah, and we'll take a look at the overall standings as well to see how much have PBA improved, and now they will basically claim that third place spot, and closely chasing behind is going to be YG, though there is a little bit more of a point disparity between the two of them, as we see a heavy shift coming into the third position all the way down to the 10th. Well, over onto the second pager, we are also seeing APG now move up a spot, pushing downwards FRL. So that is a great sign after 14 rounds of play. Same goes to the side of Myth, which honestly, it's a little bit of dip. Today's performance for Myth is a little bit lackluster.
Yeah, Myth, bumpy ride for them. I mean, being at the borderline of the top 16 is not safe at all. You got to be at least in the first pager. But how far are they for the first pager? That's 22 points. So with the amount of games left throughout the entire week, it is still doable for them to catch up. But they really need to put on the performance, and they really need to find the level of consistency that they should be able to put out.
Yep, and with that said, they still have another chance to find that rhythm and consistency, as there is still one more Miramar map to play out. But with all the maps being so difficult, I hope the players and their hearts are ready for this upcoming battle, because this has not been the easiest of tournaments for them to play out. But of course, this is what they signed up for. They will have to make a run in this long hurdle of a marathon.
Yeah, and the marathon for today at least will end inside of Miramar. So that will be coming up next, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see which team will take home the final chicken dinner for today. So far, the circles have been really wonky. If we get another wonky circle in the final game, that'll be kind of fun.
Yeah, I definitely want to see that happen again. So with that being said, of course, you guys could basically take a couple of snacks as well as drinks as well, as we'll be right back for the final battle of the night. So we'll see you guys shortly.
Let's go boom.
Thank you for staying with us here in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League. And my name is Contra, as well as Sir Cloud here joining me here on the desk, as we bring you the finals of what Southeast Asia has to offer in the league as they battle for that PMGO slot to play for that global prize pool. But speaking of prizes, even in this league, there's plenty of it to give away. And now we focus on the final map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, to close off the night. Well, yeah, we do hear you, Sir Cloud, just that a little bit muffled on the mic, but don't worry. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you got a whole lot to say right now, but yeah, we'll definitely get you back on track, because we'll give you a little time with your microphones. But yeah, that map previously that was won by PBE has definitely looked to be some solid team effort coming in from the Filipino squad. But let's take a look at the groups that will be playing for our final matchup here in Miramar. And here we have Group B, C, D, E to be playing this one out, as Group A currently takes a little bit of a break before, of course, or should I say, they will be taking an early rest of the night, and we will see some of all these hard-hitting teams to be playing off for the entire course of the battle. Now, with that said, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how things will be faring now that Harami Bros are back into the action as well. So, want to see if they will be able to really put those huge points to move right back into the fray.
Yeah, so now the only representative of the Singapore region playing is APG Esports. Hopefully they'll be able to get it. No, still, I'll be reminding, right? I'm waiting for the Singaporean teams to get the chicken dinner. Now, Group A is taking a break. That's Fearless Esports, Splash Vision Esports, Myth Clan, and God of Death 7. So they'll be taking a break for the rest of the day. In fact, we'll be seeing them again tomorrow. APG Esports. So now up to you guys.
That's right. And with that said, if you're looking for a Singapore team that could potentially do it right now, it very well could be Anchor PUBG, because we've seen that massive improvement overnight, that they've been able to start scoring really huge records throughout the course of what we see so far here in Day 3. And I'm pretty sure that they want to get one for themselves. A lot of all these teams are also hungry for the win so far, as much as every other region have already gotten it. This is where Singapore wants to make their mark as well.
Yes, so Singapore, here it is. One more game to go today at least, which is going to be played inside of none other than Miramar. It's going to be our next game. So just a little bit of a recap. Out of the 5 games that we've played, 4 of them, chicken dinners taken by the Myanmar region, and Playbook Esports from the Philippines is the one to break their streak in the previous round. So is Miramar not really their thing? Especially Genesis Esports, who had a streak? Well, they still remain to be the team that hasn't got the chicken dinner in Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, even without that chicken dinner, it was a top 3 finish with only 2 members. So if there is going to be an opportunity where we see a little bit more of the survival rate coming in for a full squad, then I think GE definitely stands a chance. When with that form of difficulty that we saw, definitely it even proves to be very, very hard, even on the ones on top of the bracket. So before we move into the final game, for one last time for the night, may I remind you that you could basically buddy up with Sally in your battles with the new items and sets coming in from Line Friends. This is the brand new collaboration that we have here with the cute rosters of characters that Line Friends have to offer. So what you can basically get is to unlock special Line Friend rewards and you guys can jump into PUBG Mobile from today until March 3rd to make the most of this excitement and buddy up for your battle.
Yeah, I wonder what we'll have to replace the live collaboration after this, because it will be until March the 3rd only. After that, well, we don't know if we ever come back. So don't miss out on this opportunity to join in the prize path, which can unlock special Line Friends rewards that will be exclusive for this promotion. Again, it's until the 3rd of March. So you don't want to miss out on this. And it may never come back. Who knows?
Yeah, even if it does, it's gonna take like, I don't know, maybe a century. So if you guys are big fans of it, make sure you grab your hands on the exclusive offers. And not only do we have the Line Friends set for you guys to basically flex on your friends that you have such a cute cosmetic. If you're looking for something a little bit more cool or a little bit more classy, there's also the Serpent Gleam set that is currently available in stores, as this will be an offering that will last from 23rd of February heading into 21st of March. So you got roughly less than a month to make sure you secure this. What does this come with? It's the AWM that does offer you the Loot Crate, Elimination Broadcast, and on-hit effects if you do get your hands on it. So make sure you basically try your luck with your 10 UC on the first draw. This brand new guild set is definitely one that will basically have all eyeballs on you when you move into any lobbies.
Yeah, it's only available until 21st of March, ladies and gentlemen. Still quite a while, but you don't want to forget and you don't want to procrastinate just to miss out on this amazing opportunity to get this into your inventory. And all you collectors out there, I'm sure you want to have this. So why not? This is the time for you to get it. Don't wait till the last minute. Do it right up before it goes away.
That's right. And with that being said, I believe that we are getting ourselves into our very final game really soon. So with all the promo shoutouts all pretty much wrapped up as we prepare ourselves for Miramar. But of course, if you guys want to take your time and basically secure your items, yep, pop up your client. I know you're usually watching this on the laptop, on the TV, or even your a computer screen, and just basically check out the Serpent Gleam set.
Yes, Serpent Gleam set. Very, very purple here. But also we like to see how it looks like inside the game, right? Like when you play it, how it looks like. So if you create any content out there, don't forget to tag PUBG Mobile as well, because we all like to see how it looks inside the game, because some of us might need a little bit more time to get it, you know. Just saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and of course we will have a little bit of an adjustment for the squads that are preparing for the final battle. I think, like, you know, it's been pretty much a long haul of a day, and I guess the flight will need a little bit of a refuel, so shouldn't be all too long, as we will be, of course, chatting about all the things that have happened for today. Like, I feel like yesterday I was impressed with certain teams. Today, I'm even more impressed with how this league is starting to churn up, because we are not seeing a straightforward run for the championship. Yes, there is GE leading by now. There's Harami Bro, PBE, Yangon Galacticos, and so many of them who are title challengers. So I want to see if next week we're going to see a bigger momentum coming from the rest of the squads.
Yes, and we're going to repeat the process not only today, but also tomorrow. It's going to be the same timing here, in case you don't know whether the timing changes, especially when it comes to the weekend. It's going to be the same. Sanhok, Erangel, and 2 Miramars to end the day. And we're going to start at 5:15 plus 8 GMT. So if you come from a different time zone, you have to slightly adjust it according to where you're watching this, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, the point system remains unchanged. So do set your calendar for tomorrow. Do not miss out on the weekend show, because we're about to wrap up the week by then.
Yeah, and then there's just a couple of all these weeks of play. If you guys may miss, you know, a day or two, make sure you guys also check out the recaps and all the content that is offered in PUBG Mobile Esports. If you guys are watching through social media all across, you know, these platforms out there, you Gen Z guys know the drill. All right, so just have a quick look up and make sure you subscribe to that to be up to date with what's going on in PUBG Mobile and PUBG Mobile Esports.
Yes, don't forget to give them a follow and to follow us as well. We don't mind a little bit of love since we will be around here trying to entertain all of you. And if you guys do want to appreciate us, you can drop us a follow as well on our social medias. And at the same time, don't forget to follow your favorite players as well and your favorite teams. Show them support. With your support, they can definitely be around for a lot more longer.
Yeah, and a bit of support goes a very long way. So we definitely want you guys to be cheering on for all the teams from your region or even from all the rest of the regions as well, because they are definitely showing us some huge spectacles. And once again, what are they playing for? It's a total of the prize pool in the league itself of $27,900 US. Now, you guys from other parts of the world of Southeast Asia will convert this to a lot of money. This is just the league. There's also the finals, which will reveal the prize pool when the time comes. But it's a lot at stake. And for the first prize of $4,500 US to begin with the way.
Yes, money on the line here, including for the weekly Terminator. I wonder who it is, honestly, because we don't have a stat that's shown to us that keeps track of it. So we'll need to wait till the end of the week before we are reveal who it is who will take home the extra $150 US. Best performance team weekly, I think that's going to be straightforward. Whoever ends the week on top should be the one to get it. But for every match, there will be a winner with a prize of $100 US. So all around, there's a lot of reasons for these teams to perform, even though they might feel that they are quite far behind in terms of points, but there's still points, or there's still other, not only points, but there's still points and also money for them to try to take home.
Yeah, and when we speak about all these prizes, the chicken dinner prize that have been accumulated for most part, I think that it was like what, $400 for GE alone right now, $300 for Harami Bros, and of course it's dispersed throughout all of these other teams at the same time. I wonder if they will be able to just accumulate $1,000 just from chicken dinners alone, because that requires 10 chicken dinners to do so.
Yeah, and they're already at like what, 4 chicken dinners, so they're almost at the halfway mark. I mean, looking at how they are performing, it seems like they'll be able to do that, right? 10 chicken dinners, it seems to be doable. But it's not only about like, okay, whatever you have done in the past and you'll be entitled for it in the future. No, you still need to work it out, right? So for Genesis Esports, despite them being up there, they're fairly comfortable now in terms of points collected, but they cannot be complacent. They still have the entire league to run, and we are only halfway through our first week.
Yeah, there's so much to play for. I mean, this is just the first week, and we're already getting such a strong start. And I think like by the tail end of it, there is bound to be a lot of surprises from the squads that are playing right now. So keep your eyes peeled, because there is definitely a lot of things that they can actually offer. As we are, of course, handling the new lobby from the back end. Of course, we do want to apologize for a little bit of waiting time, but we assure you that we'll offer you the best experience possible when we do get into the game.
Yes, and speaking about the game, it will be Miramar next. So in the following Miramar, I mean, it feels like anyone's game at this point, right? But I think that one of the key areas that we want to keep an eye on, number one, the Chumacera, potential early fights there. Quite a surprise that we saw an early fight inside of Lost Learners, because, yeah, you know, whenever two teams drop there, for the most part, it has always been like a good sharing. Like there's a gentleman's agreement to be like, okay, you take that corner of Lost Learners, I take my corner of Lost Learners. But for some reason, they fought in the previous round. So maybe they might want to do that again just to stamp their dominance in Lost Learners.
Yeah, and usually when it comes down to Lost Leonis, they always look for that entry point of Lost Leonis so that they could still get that access into the open space field, into Picado, into Montevideo if they really have to rotate about. So I guess like that's the main idea that they're going for, but it is going to be tough if they do have that same hive mind of like, oh, I want to make sure I just get this corner because the city has so much loot to offer. And as a matter of fact, you said 1-2 teams can basically share the well. I say up to 5 teams can basically take the whole city.
I don't know about that. Up to 5 teams, I think it's overcrowded. Right?
A little bit scarce, but yeah, we've seen it
I think
before.
up to 3.
We've seen a couple of instances in competitive play where 3 teams hop into Lost Leonis and it's like nobody fights at all. Maybe you add 4, they might fight a little bit, and then they disperse. You add 5, oh, somebody's got to commit then.
Okay, so if people are forced to commit with 5 teams, there basically it's not doable with 5 teams.
Maybe not. We'll definitely see if it does happen. Who knows? This final round might be inside Lost Leonis, so to speak.
Well, if it's like towards the end and the circle forces them to go there, then yeah, sure. I'm pretty sure that has to happen anyway, right? But as a start, if it becomes 5 teams there as a start, I will have a lot of questions for the 5 teams that somehow chooses to drop inside of Lost Learners.
Yep, and good news is that we will witness it if it does happen, as our match is ready for the teams to dig it all out for one more time tonight.
Yes, here we go. Miramar match number 6 it is. Let's see, will it be another region getting the script dinner? Because the streak of the Myanmar teams have been broken by Playbook Esports. Could it come from Cambodia next? Or could it come from Singapore, the region that I personally am looking forward to take home their first chicken dinner?
Yeah, and so far, to me, the pleasant surprise heading into this whole PMCL is that back then, the powerhouse names are basically fielded by the side of Cambodia to take a lot of the lead, alongside with some contests coming in from Myanmar. Now, PH as a region have grown so much in the short span of time that they are now heavy hitters to basically challenge some of the players coming in from Myanmar for that number 1 spot.
Here we go, flight path here. Chumasera is going to be quite the distance. So I don't know if we're going to see that sort of a clash as what we have seen before yesterday. So we're going to park that aside for now. Other hot spots. Picado is quite a hot spot, but for this tournament, surprisingly, not many teams challenging for that area. And San Martin, of course, you have GE there. No other teams will want to challenge them for now. Circle-wise, it's going to be very familiar on the left.
The problem is that the flight path does not really allow them that direct access into the circle. They have to float a little bit further to get to where they need to be. Chumasera, as much as it was a hot spot, this does not really allow them that direct flight path into that city. So that's definitely something to actually work out for. Meanwhile, Asia Esports goes in for that quick pickup first blood claim for the Cambodian squad.
The top was trying to grab this vehicle, happened to bump into Austria, and unfortunately that just had to happen. But it's a good start for Austria, not so good for TQ. But on the other end, speaking of good starts, looks like a TQ got a revenge. Skynin instead taken out somewhere else.
Well, I guess like all these early run-ins have always been somewhat, say, a tad random of how it happens or so, but we definitely do enjoy the process of seeing some of these teams being put into a very difficult state to kick off the run here with maybe a little bit of a deficit. But for now, coast is going to be clear. Austria Esports should be able to go in for a pickup as the quarter hoping to commit to a long-range battle against the rest of Austria. Not sure if they could basically get much out of this, though.
Oh, interesting early fight here between the two teams, and I guess that's just so happened, right? But the good news for Austria, Skynin is back up. Okay, so they didn't lose anyone in the process. So pretty good for Austria, I must say. For TQ, it was a confirmed with liquidation, so nothing much they can do about that.
Yeah, they just basically have to hang on tightly for now for the rest of the round. Whereas for the other squads, things are a little bit quieter this time around inside of Los Leones. For the time being, so to speak. As a lot of all these teams are still making their journey into the final few areas of play. I mean, still a long time before we even get to that stage for now, but SYS so far sees a lot of massive improvements throughout the course of these 3 days, as we see them also putting effort to climb the chart, doing particularly well on the past few rounds. They did manage to survive to basically tell the tale to play around La Cabrera in the past match, but still, it was a round that is very difficult to close out. So many players still surviving till the end of the round.
Yeah, we can see a lot of rotations here. I guess it's because of the flight path as well, right? Like flight path on the right, circle on the left. So a lot of teams need to track to get into the circle. At least from what I saw earlier on, there were a lot of teams that somehow changed their draw shot towards the right side, which is totally understandable because of the flight path. But when the circle popped, well, that's where we get to see a lot of these teams on 4 wheels going to the circle, trying to get the good spot, trying to get the prime position as quick as possible.
That's right. APG, they're still taking a couple of checkpoints for the time being, as they are having a couple of all these lurkers all around to settle the scores with. Not sure if there's going to be any form of commitment, but by now there are no strangers to those early battles, so should be able to handle just fine. Loots don't come by easily when you are not within the cities. Meanwhile, on the other edge, this will be pretty much a lot of open spacing for PBE.
Yeah, PBE, who just came off a chicken dinner. Fun fact, PBE has not made a substitution at all in this tournament so far. So for PBE, they do have a sub, which is cool. But the last I know of Cool, he has educational commitments, but I'm not too sure for this tournament if he still has it. But assuming that he doesn't, because he's a sub player and he's the officially registered sub player and he can play. So far, he has not been deployed yet by PBE.
That's very interesting to note, because Cool have played for so many of all these seasons, but of course, academics as well as studies is of utmost priority. Of course, we expect you spectators who are still in school or even in college, university, to commit to it. Work and play needs a little bit of balance.
Yeah, with that balance, who knows, right? Who knows? Grade marks, examination, and maybe PMGO. Who knows,
Maybe.
right? Who knows? It will be the perfect life for somebody who is trying to balance academics as well as playing pro.
You know, if I were to be at that age again, and if I have a chance to go to PMGO, let's say the spot is secured, I'll tell my mom about it. It's like, okay, we got to defer 1 semester. I need this chance to make my family rich. You know, some people always say that, but even when you go there, there is of course, a lot of challenge where you're fighting against some of the biggest teams in the world. So you still have to put your studies first, and not, of course, forget about it.
Yeah, that was just a contradicted statement, right?
I know. I'm just saying. Like
Yeah.
for fun.
Yeah, it was like in that one sentence, like there was so much contradiction. But it's okay. I totally understand. Sometimes it's like, okay, opportunity presented in front of you, and then you feel kind of like conflicted of like, okay, what do I want to go for? I don't want to go for this. Do I want to go for that? I mean, it sometimes becomes a difficult decision, right? But at the end of the day, you know what? All I can say is that know your priorities and don't regret your decisions.
Yep. Life is too short for regrets. That's for sure. Where, of course, we're not in for more philosophy class here in PMCL. We are here for more action as the teams are being brought forward to the areas of Chubasera and the open grounds of Picado. A very familiar spot to play out, so shouldn't be too problematic for all the teams out there. But I wonder if they're going to be able to handle a little bit of that pressure coming in.
Well, if you want to talk about problems, I'm keeping my eye on the north side. GE and there is another team overlapping them. Not too sure, but they are really close by with each other and they're not in the circle. And not only that, PBE can follow through as well. So we could see GE and PBE fighting in probably this stage or the next.
Yeah, very, very huge potential is we definitely have to keep our eyes on these Titan squads that have been really showing us some really huge plays throughout the past 3 days. So we'll see if it does come into fruition. But for now, we will have GE dealing with the quarter as they take a quarter of their own, pretty much separated into tiny little garages each. We see Federalis now taking down Skynin, Austria Esports. They may have had the first blood, but they will also give one away.
Oh, Jui is back in the lineup now. The player from Thailand now rushing in with the DBS, trying to take out the members of Harame Bros in the building. Nate being cooked up by Jui. He is not alone. He has his other teammates on the other side. Astro X will join him.
Whoa! Clean detonation. He managed to pick one up. Now Harame Bro will basically have to find a way out of this. Another one being dropped right in range. Trying to deal with this infiltration. Austria Esports pushing right through. And Federalis now being cleared off by Astro X. That's a high firepower target that they've eliminated. And now Astro holding out the rest of Harame Bros. And he actually catches fire for a little bit. He should be alive for now, but it will basically flush them off of that position. Some of these areas now slowly being compromised by the rest of Harame Bros now trying to push right in. They do find a little bit of that wiggle room, but Rage is trying to actually clip him off by the edges here as he tries to basically hang off by the ledge. Red Bull now also in play. Austria Esports. How long can they hold on for? Dropping a huge nade.
Ooh.
And managed to dodge just in the nick of time for Range.
Wow, that was a close one there for Range. The Harame Bros still fighting. Stage 3 will be in soon. They're still within the circle. But of course, you don't want to keep these kind of neighbors close that long. Gotta end this fight before other teams come by as a third party.
Red Bull, he's got a lot of open spacing, so he can basically hear all these footsteps and relay that information back towards his own teammates. Whereas Few, leading the charge right here, he's not going to be moving an inch at all. He wants to take control of this position where the rest of them will not be able to basically push forward with ease. Few so far is having his first play day, as this veteran has been able to celebrate many successes in the world of PUBG Mobile Esports from the Philippines. TQ now finds Flipper Pickles. Whoa, quick shots from Dewey! Chewy! Can he actually get more? Oh, great coverage from the other end, and they will be able to eliminate Harame Bros by the edge of it. 5 points secured for Austria Esports. Even despite Skynin taken out, they have that fury finesse to display to the world.
Wow, Austria Esports to be able to take out one of the powerhouses in the PMCL. This is I mean, I can say it again, this is a good start, but this is an amazing start for Austria Esports. Despite them losing the one player, but taking out this powerhouse, it is so worth it.
Absolutely. And now, when we do approach the later stage of the game, we see a lot of all these players to be still on the outskirt regions of Picado. A lot of players are hoping that it will end up somewhere directly in the center, as Anchor PUBG is overlooking the hills alongside with the rest of Yangon Galacticos. PBE joining a little rather late. And hopefully they will be able to find a safe spot for themselves, because this place is going to be very dangerous for cars to drive by.
Long range tap here by WTZ. More like warning shots, I guess. But now we're back on to Exquisite. We got fourth row here in the lineup. Lufa isn't playing, so he's taking a break this round. He's letting his other teammates play. But his teammates now will have the challenge of trying to get into the circle. And if they choose to go straight, it's going to be a clash with another team. But because it's still stage 3, fourth row can still try to scout for a different entrance.
Yeah, managing to move into these open spacing, especially outside of the zone, in order to keep themselves safe, will be able to navigate into another open area. Perhaps entering from the south side will be one of the better options for their play, as there's not going to be all too much of a crowd playing over onto the slope side. Yahiko from the side of MFG still overlooking the hills and spots out XQS moving about. Not able to actually punish the fast-moving vehicles. And as we take a closer look into the circle, it's going to be See You Soon that basically takes the direct center of the upcoming play zone. So they will definitely have to hold out, as the rest of Yangon Galacticos are by the patrol station, which might just be visited by some of all these players later on. Now, shots being fired, believed to be XQS that will be in that engagement, as Asia Esports are trying to pick one off from the side of Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, trickiest one right now will be Chris on the left side of the circle. He seems to be alone, and for him to get into the circle, there are a lot of teams right in front. It's going to be a big challenge, and he's by the zone. Now, speaking about the zone, it will start to close right now. Put a lot of pressure onto him. As Austria Esports, one of the teams will be there to try to stop them from coming in. Oh!
What a sharp shooting coming in from the side of Astro X, picking that one out from a moving vehicle. And that will be Red Bull to ensure that the point will still be tallied up for the side of Austria. Now, the toughest team on the block, the Cambodians, back on track for today. It's just love to see it. Meanwhile, Anchor PUBG, which you could basically say a Cambodian organization, have been there from the get-go with a new look with the Singaporean team acquired. I still want to hear stories of how this actually happened overall. But of course, we leave that for much, much later as APG. They got a couple of shots being soaked up, because being on top of the hill, this is where you will draw a lot of attention. Fogo now finds Astro X. Asia Esports quite separated from one another, as Red Bull is all the way far back. Naughty Boy now takes down Gui. 2 members down for side of Asia. That leaves only Red Bull on the back.
Well, if you want to know the whole APG stories, I'd like to ping to Sis Jenny. You may drop a contra text. Just saying. All right. I'll be watching this right now. But anyway, well, XQS. All right. Still on the outside. Zero trying to stop Red Bull from coming in. One last to come out. Oh, can't get any closer than that. But the blue is just behind him. He won't have enough time to heal himself up.
Can he actually make a run for it? I don't think so. Meanwhile, speaking of APG, they well goes into the foothills to find PBE. Asia Esports unfortunately eliminated. He was fighting in the blue zone. Close range attack coming from the side of Attic Boy as they do rush into the scene. Great damage done from the side of Gerald, holding down the line. But there's still more fish to fry. But speaking of frying, a lot of Molotov now pushes them forward. That like that's actually full send the rest of PBE to deal with Echo PUBG hiding right behind the vehicle. And he pops out, finds another one. 1 versus 1. Gerald, can he do it? The vehicle now being stuck. It blows up, and that will blow APG apart.
Wow, Gerald using the vehicle to win this fight. Very smart, quick move by him. Lucky enough, he has the vehicle there, but now he has to revive all his teammates. Lucky enough for him, he has the space to do that. But after they do so, after they reset, they have to move. They are not in the circle yet.
I am 100% certain this is going to the highlights, right? Gerald with a crazy solo play by the tail end of it. And you saw, even on the opposing end, APG was fighting for their lives. The maneuver to really cut across below that vehicle is a creative play that could have actually worked out. If that vehicle is actually blown up beforehand, it's just so unlucky that he just gets detonated with Gerald's quick thinking.
Yeah, there was a really nice one there by Gerald, not gonna lie. He could have lost the fight though, assuming that that vehicle, like, it's already blown up, right? Like, it's used as a barricade, then maybe. Okay, I'll just put it as a 50-50, right? Then it becomes a 50-50 gameplay or 50-50 result.
Yeah. Well, of course, the close range battle have concluded. We will go ahead to check out who gets picked off from the long range. The PBE. After winning the fight, they are still struggling to actually get a little bit of that reset, being picked on by the rest of the squads. Meanwhile, MFG, running by the top end of the kill, has got some spacing for themselves, but YG on the opposite end, see you soon, have not really budged off from this area as they are still firmly centered into the upcoming play zone. Damage now being done towards the side of Boy Sean. Long range coverage coming from MFG, but it's a little bit of a standstill for now. No clear openings for either teams.
Oh, Michi knocked down by Gus. Okay, so it looks like PBE. Not sure if they're in the circle already, but if Michi is knocked down on the outside, then it's gonna be hard. Yatka will finish him off. Point given to MFG. As a PBE is still looking for a way to get in. I guess they don't have vehicles because they've blown up the few vehicles that was there at the fight early on.
Yeah, that probably would be the reason why they are struggling, especially them needing to climb down the hill and walk towards the circle. So from the pan to another different kind of fire, there is one vehicle that is kind of stranded as well. Whereas MFG, they will be also convoying their way into a different position. YG making sure that they keep close eyes on all these squads. PBE really has got nowhere to run. Just playing by the edge of the circle, but at least they will survive stage 5. For now.
30 seconds, still stage 6. Okay, trust me now. Running into the circle, no vehicle as well, but he does have a ghillie suit, so we don't get to see many ghillie suits being used nowadays. Not the priority of these teams. At this moment, 10 more seconds. But if we look at the current position of IE Esports, they only need to deal with MFG next.
MFG, as much as they're trying to push through, there is a squad waiting at the wings. Over in the back, IE Esports is also closing in, so that is one thing that they will have to draw attention to. Whereas Red Esports holding down against the rest of Strangers Esports, moving in from the eastern corner of the map. 412 Akira have been very, very quietly picking certain players apart. So far, getting 2 points overall. Majority of the squads are healthy, but not so much for a side of TTQ at the moment.
Oh, KH got knocked down. More boy finished off by Gus. Looks like TTQ and PBE still not done yet with each other. As we focus on the Mewtwo now, spraying onto IE Sports. They are being caught onto the lower ground. And that's what we discussed earlier on. IE Sports will need to fight against MFG. And MFG, they do have the circle advantage.
They now spotted out by Unknown. Might just be a good connection of the shots. Great knock over on side of Trust Me. Enigma trying to reposition from that area of play because they might have their vehicles detonated as well. Suzuki now trades back, finds a member inside of 214 Akira. That's 2 members down.
Oh!
214 Akira being shred apart, but it's going to be MFG that pushes outwards. They find majority of these players out there. It's only going to be Sizek left, but he is not going to stay put. IE Sports also will be eliminated at the same time.
And TTQ keeping an eye on to Akira on the other side. Okay, he saw the vehicle passing by. Zuki just waiting for a good clear shot to pull that trigger. He's kind of okay. He has a UMP. Now he's going to spray with the UMP first, trying to hit the target, trying to get that hit marker, but not able to do so. But what's happening here is that Playbook Esports is out. 7 elimination points brought together with them.
They definitely had their fair share of struggle, while Zuki continues to pummel out bullets after bullets from his chamber. Meanwhile, a little bit quieter over on the far eastern side, which will be changed by Moy. Stranger Esports just playing with the terrains to cover down for the time being, while TTQ hides inside of the warehouse. That will provide them very strong cover, but Newbie now being spotted out. Like I said, Moy will startle the rest of Stranger Esports, dropping a couple more grenades, hoping to find something in return that is just going to be a smoke as a decoy. We're not going to be able to actually get anything out of that. Enigma still by the very edge. When exactly will they make the move?
Oh, the zone will force them to make that move. Don't worry about that because we still have stage 6. We still have stage 7 to look forward to. 762 taking a little bit of damage here. Needs to recover himself. Be prepared for the possible Russian here by Dread Esports.
762 is running out of trollables at the moment. They definitely want to hang back for the time being. Moy and the rest of Red Esports so close in proximity, but 762, she's about to prime one grenade. Does he know though? Moy. Oh, yes, they do.
Ooh.
Almost taking him out. Have to quickly resuscitate. They have to move forward, and with that said, these two squads will have to settle scores really quickly.
Oh, this nade could land into the shack, but 762 chooses not to go for it. Instead, switches to a Molly. I wonder if he's going to toss it and try to flush them all out. 20 more seconds. Zone will close. All of them still on the outside. Shots fired out by Moy. He will get the target.
What a strong showing coming from Moy. 2 times going for Nox. He's also throwing another grenade. Really keeping the rest of Stranger Esports busy all by himself. But who's going to be able to claim the zone by the end of it? I mean, this is a really good time for Dread Esports to move directly into the center. But there is also a team right over the southern end. So they are taking precaution before they basically cut forward. With Moy now getting a little bit of glimpse. Damage being done. 2-1 for Akira. Loses out a member towards the side of TTQ Zuki. And that is the end for Yango Galacticos. Taking too long to make their way into turn.
Here we go. Cabs gets another knockdown onto the member of Dread. And now Gypla stuck behind that vehicle. Same time, SEA, they're trying to move forward into the circle as well. Dread Esports out at number 7. No elimination points this round.
That is very surprising how they actually get caught out by STE instead. The moment that the zone closes out, now Scotty with the SLR, what can he actually get with the sniper? With Zero now taking him down. The feed is basically running wild with See You Soon committing to this battle against MFG. Only 2 members left on the side of MFG. Pickups coming in from the side of See You Soon. It's about who gets that revives quicker. Here comes a huge grenade. Does it actually connect? It will blow them pretty much to pieces. And therefore, the rest of Dread Esports already out. Whereas QB finds Newbie.
Yahiko there, but they're not done yet. Mewtwo is still alive. Mewtwo is secured at 1 elimination point. Onto the left side, there's one, but the DBS into the face by Boyshon. Will eliminate him and the rest of MFG.
You can basically see from the FPP perspective that was zero counterplay. No way you're going to be dealing with that DBS in that corridor itself, which is so tight to even botch anything. Now, look, there's 5 teams available. 6 elimination points coming in for the side of TTQ. They did manage to clinch a chicken dinner for today. And now, another solid show in the final map of Miramar for day 3. But looking at the side of Stranger Esports as well, 7 points. And now fighting for the chicken dinner, they have a very firm chance in acquiring it. If they do keep themselves safe for now, a lot of open spacing that they will be able to acquire in the upcoming zone. while the rest of the teams will try to squeeze in tightly. A lot of proning action. Now, this becomes a little bit more tactical as it's a lot of open fields to play out.
Well, out of the 5 teams right now, or make that 4 that is still in the game, 2 of them are not on the just yet. Let's see if we can get a new one or not. As Miner will get onto Gus, and that will be another elimination into their pocket. 10 already for SE.
Showing aggressive signs. They were basically hanging in for a jostle of control much earlier on. Once they managed to basically clear off the left and right, now they get a full access into the direct center to challenge the rest of See You Soon, Tiger KE. The John looking towards the direction of STE as this battle slowly draws to a close. TTQ shredded apart with only 1 member left while damage is being done towards the side of TTQ. At the same time, STE will be very, very careful with this. We're approaching stage 9. They are given 2 minutes to conclude this matchup before it closes all the way in. Liquid now making a run for it. Will be caught out by Boy Sean. Now, let's see if there's going to be anything in the crate for them to basically restock, because this final fight will require ample firepower to close out. Miner now with M249 have bullets for days. Tree versus tree.
And we are sure to see a new team getting a chicken dinner. It's between See You Soon and STE now for the final chicken dinner for today. Both of them 3v3, so it's 50-50 chance now. Nate toss onto Miner. Miner just behind the airdrop. They know exactly where he is. Scotty cooking up his own nade. Scotty tosses a nade. No casualties there. Switches back to NM4.
A lot of smokes have to be used for this final battle. I hope that there is still plenty of stock for all these teams out there. John now covering himself with a little bit more of that smoke grenade being tossed out. That is now being done from the side of STE towards SYS. And now they find a wiggle room. And they will basically trade right back. How much more can he hold on to, as there is a little bit more of that pressure coming from the back end. And it's going to be STE that will secure the final chicken dinner of the night with all 4 players remaining.
Here are your handsome players from Strangers Esports 762, Scotty, Newbie, and Miner representing Strangers Esports with their first chicken dinner in the PMCL. Nice to see a new name up here taking home the final chicken dinner for today.
Yeah, I'm just so delighted on how these fights have been well managed by all the squads out there. It's so tactical when you bring them into such a vast field of play. So not only you manage your resources like how PvE did, like you win that battle, you lose those vehicles, you might actually lose out the game. So like all these micro decisions are so important, and we saw huge showing coming from the side of Asia Esports. They win that battle but could not really outlast everybody else because of the same factor that they do not have vehicles to play out.
Yes, and Stranger Esports hailing from the Philippines. So the 2 Miramar maps, chicken dinner taken by the Filipinos. And fun fact about Strangers Esports, during the PMNC, so they qualified from the PMNC Philippines to the stage, they were known as Elevate Esports. Stranger Esports is their rebrand name as they joined the PMCL.
And now, with the new name, brings first new opportunities for them to go to the PMGO. And they managed to secure a total of 24 points. You know, they start off really slowly, but they built that momentum. And here they are staying put. And I definitely want to see more and more seasons coming in from STE.
That's a Miner here putting up a major performance in this round. 4 eliminations, 852 damage this round. And that is why he is the MVP of our final game here today.
Yep, Miner with a major showing here with the damage being done. And it was no easy feat at all, especially when you are playing in these open terrains where he has been able to really halt the progress of those teams that have been really pushing towards that direction and really opening up that space in that final battle in order to secure this winner chicken dinner. And then when you tally up the whole score lines, look at that whopping number, 2,363 damage by Strangers Esports in this final round.
Yeah, and together with 14 eliminations, so that's going to be 24 points collected by Strangers Esports in this round. Strangers Esports, a team that is somewhere in the middle of the chart. And with this chicken dinner, it will boost them up significantly, probably to be the top 5.
Yeah, very likely that he could be able to get that chance. So we'll definitely have to tabulate all of the scores in order to see where does this place Strangers Esports here to conclude our Day 3 matchups.
Yes, so Strangers Esports, man, it felt like it took them a while, right, to get a chicken dinner. It does feel that at some point they would achieve this stage. Now let's look at the overall stat. So throwables used, not up to 300. I would expect a little bit more since this is a big map. Total eliminations 58, so we got 6 players taken out by the zone. Airdrops looted, well, what did I say? It's about the average number of 3.
Yeah, I'm so satisfied that we are also having these stats here to tell you that, you know, this round is a lot more tactical as compared to the rest because you have so many long-range trades and you see 30 revives due to that. And a lot of teams were also stranded after losing those vehicles in these bouts that they were taking, walking with some points, but eventually losing out on position overall. So I'm liking what I'm seeing, huge improvements, but this is also a lot of distance coverage coming in for majority of the teams because the circle was a little bit further from the initial drop-off point for majority of them. Now STE, 24 points, will be joined by STKE with 12 points on second place. Meanwhile, TTQ will walk with 11, 10 for MFG, as PBE and Austria will walk away with 7 points. 214A with 6 points and 5 for Enigma.
And 2 points for Young Radicals and Exquisite, 1 for Dread Esports, I Esports, DQ as well as Harame Bros. GE, very unusual to see them not collect anything at all. This is the first time in the PMCL that they go out around without a single point. APG, 0 points as well in this round. But honestly, if I were GE, well, a 0 point round is not going to affect them that much.
That's right, and I guess like it's just going to be a little bit of that break for them. And once again, of course, Miramar has been their bane in these matchups, but it's time for us to add all the points together. On the top, it remains unchanged for both GE as well as Harame Bro, but it's now at 179 points, and the Bros did not receive all too much. So PBE will firmly set their foot into that third place position with Yanggang Galacticos chasing in as well. And like you said, STE now moves into the top 5, also joining the triple digit club. Enigma needs only 1 more point to also be on that mark as well, as I Esports will have 92 points to book out at 7th place, and the rest of the teams around 80 points will be TTQ as well as XQS making up the top 9, and TQ to close in with 75.
Yes, and followed by 2-1 for Akira, 74 points, and number 11, number 12 goes to MFG, 71 points. Dread, 66 points, and number 13. Number 14 is See You Soon with 64 points. Austria Esports, 15 with 53 points. And Myth Clan, 51 points, and number 16. God7, 49 points. Number 17, APG, still at number 18 with 39 points, followed by FRL, 36 points, and Flash Vision, 18 points.
Yep, and that basically will be the overall results that we do have for today. So we see great work rate coming in from all the 20 squads that played throughout the course of day 3, and tomorrow they definitely have a lot more at stake as the weekend is here, as they will definitely have to put on a good showing for our audience out there. And let's see who will be at the top by the end of the week.
Speaking about good show, it's going to be an even better show tomorrow because it's going to be the weekend edition, ladies and gentlemen. Again, it's going to be at the same time, same channel, wherever you're watching this. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Contra. We'll be seeing you again tomorrow, so make sure you book your time to not miss it. And that's all for today. See you guys tomorrow.